Chapter 1178. Zhao Jiabao made a sound of surprise. That pair of master and disciple had disappeared right under their noses. The few people of the Fu family who were close to outsiders also did not notice. Fu Zhenqing carried the heavy burden of Beiliang and his family on this trip, so he was somewhat disgusted by Su Qi's decision. He looked up at the sky and said, "Let's wait for them for an hour. If we still can't find them, then we must set out. The journey between heaven and earth is truly difficult. We can't indulge them." Su Fengnian, who had brought Yudilong into Liuzhou, circled around to the other side of the mountain and saw a pair of unexpected acquaintances. It was Song Dongming of the Deer Song clan and his attendant. The two of them looked at each other. Song Dongming was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. "From the beautiful Wudong to this barren place, I can still meet this young master. It really is a small world. If young master is not worried, I still have half a bottle of wine here. It's the green ant from northern Liang. The wine is very strong. When it enters the mouth, it burns the throat, but after a while, it actually becomes cool. This song has also just started to drink this wine. If I had known earlier, I would have bought a few more bottles. I regret that I was worried that I would not have enough money and bought 2 more bottles of green ant on me." Su Fengnian did not say much. He took the bottle of wine, raised it in the air, and poured a small mouthful. He handed it back to Song Dongming. The latter smiled and asked, "Why don't you drink a few more mouthfuls? It won't hurt." Su Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "I, Su Qi, won't steal your beauty." Seeing Su Fengnian introduce himself, Song Dongming probably thought that the young master with the Beiliang accent did not know who the Deer Song family was. He said, "I am Song Dongming. My ancestors live in Deer County in Jiangnan. To have met you twice, fate is not small." Before he could finish his sentence, Song Dongming's face was hit by the wind and sand. He reached out and grabbed the mature yellow grass that had left the ground and turned into flying catkins. He sighed, 2 withers in a year, drifting with the wind. The errand boy suddenly stretched out his finger and shouted, "Sir, look! Is that the smoke signal?" Following the servant's finger, Song Dongming saw a thick smoke signal rising from the desert. It should be from the direction of Qingsang City, reporting to Liangzhou that they were safe. They had not seen this when they first entered Lu province. No wonder his servant was so surprised. Song Dongming muttered to himself, "The ancient books say that the smoke signal here is different from the central plains. It is named for burning wolf dung. The smoke is straight and extremely black, and the wind cannot blow. But looking at it, other than the smoke being thicker, there is no difference between the smoke and the central plains." Su Fengnian laughed softly. "I'm afraid that's a mistake made by some frontier poets. In the northwest border, there may occasionally be smoke burning with wolf dung, but that is because there is not enough cow and sheep dung. Most of the materials are obtained locally. Desert poplar and red willow wood are used as firewood, supplemented by flammable reeds that can be found everywhere. Furthermore, the fire beacon of the Beiliang Frontier Army is strictly regulated. If the patrolling cavalry finds that there is not enough fire beacon, all the officials up to the 4th rank will be beheaded on the spot. No matter who pleads for mercy, it is useless. In the past 20 years of Beiliang, because of this small matter, more than 300 people have died. In the first 4 or 5 years, it was relatively less. This year, at most, more than 60 soldiers who neglected their duties were killed in one go." Song Dongming was shocked. He drank a mouthful of green ant wine before saying, 2 generations of kings have taken over the throne. The Beiliang Frontier Army is different from the other armies. There are many unruly old generals who hold the military power. They should seek stability and prevent chaos. Why are they so ruthless? In addition, there is a rumor that they secretly killed the Huaihua general Zhong Hongwu because of a disagreement. Aren't they afraid of causing a mutiny? Young Master Su, from what you said about the smoke, it is obvious that you are familiar with military affairs. Can you explain a little to Song Dongming? Su Fengnian smiled and asked, just because of a disagreement. Song Dongming was very smart. Although he was trying to sound Su Ke out at the beginning, he knew that he would not be able to speak the words of an expert. He restrained his expression and said, there are many leaders in the Bailiang army. The new king has to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Otherwise, before the war starts, it will be difficult to convince the people with military achievements. Su Fengnian listened to this general explanation and lost his desire to talk. He planned to return to the Fu family's caravan. He had to protect them until they reached Qingsang City. At that time, there would naturally be an elite cavalry team secretly escorting them to the newly discovered mine in Fengxiang. If the Fu family, who had contributed a lot to Bailiang, knew that the king of Bailiang was personally escorting the king, what would they think? Would they think that their hard work over the years was worth it? Of course, Su Fengnian would not let them know the truth. This might be something that Su Weisheng, who emphasized details, did not like. As a ruler, he was not willing to buy people's hearts. Song Dongming saw that Su Fengnian was about to leave and quickly said, Young Master Su, I heard that there are 2 young aides in the Bailiang palace. The king of Bailiang's northern courtyard's grandson, Su Beiji, has become the governor of Lingzhou. This is because the king of Bailiang does not suspect the people he uses. Instead, he used the poor scholar, Chen Shiliang. It can be said that he does not care about the quality of the people he uses. He is very good at attracting the talents of the poor families in Bailiang. Boldly speaking, if your Bailiang Dao were to form a country of its own, then these 2 people would definitely be the future prime minister's aides. However, since ancient times, important officials in the imperial court have all gone from public to private. They first used their talents and knowledge to enter the center of the imperial court. After they entered the eyes of the emperor, they were able to walk to the side of the emperor. In that case, your Mount Qingliang does not seem to follow the rules too much. Su Fengnian nodded and said, we do not follow the rules too much. However, speaking of which, what do you think are the pros and cons of this kind of exceptional promotion? Song Dongming smiled slightly. It was probably because he was talking about something that he was good at. His entire person suddenly seemed to have an extraordinary aura. He spoke tirelessly, in the short term, buying bones with 1,000 gold is naturally a good thing. It is especially beneficial to appease the scholars. Since even Chen Shiliang, who was thwarted in 2 major matters in succession, was not punished by the king of Bailiang, then why can't we, scholars, who are well-read and have a bellyful of literature and literature, whose background is not inferior to Chen Shiliang's, become high officials? Su Fengnian very rudely interrupted Song Dongming's words and asked, what does Mr. Song think of Chen Shiliang's stubbornness in defending Qingsang? Do you think that the king of Bailiang should be punished or not? The servant had long disliked this fellow surnamed Su. His master's vision and knowledge were so great that even the famous Chinese scholars in Gangnam-do would have to listen attentively to his master's lectures. This Su Qi was indeed a barbarian in Bailiang. He only looked like a scholar, but his bearing and knowledge were a mess. Wasn't his master flirting with a blind person? The servant was just about to speak up and teach this untactful fellow a lesson when he was glanced at by Song Dongming, scaring the most disciplined servant into silence. Song Dongming continued, as for Chen Shiliang, both reward and punishment should be used. This person seemed to be muddle-headed during the defense of the city, so much so that everyone in Bailiang thought he was someone with great ambition but little talent. However, they did not know that Bailiang does not lack soldiers, good swords and horses, or even money. The only thing it lacks is the people's hearts. Chapter 1179. Song Dongming looked into the distance and said, the people's hearts are the foundation of people's harmony. The danger of a country is never in the geographical location, but in the people's hearts. The geographical location is a dead thing. The debate between the heavens and the people naturally falls on the two. Confucianism, Taoism, and Moism all have their own views. Countless sages have not argued for a reason, so Song Dongming did not dare to speak carelessly. However, as a ruler, one must have a good heart, be willing to accumulate merits, and turn misfortune into fortune. This is using humanity to prove the way of heaven. Even if it cannot reverse the geographical location, it can't be wrong. If Beiliang was in the hands of the old king of Liang, Su Shao, the 300,000 cavalry were already the best in the world, then if it was in the hands of the new king of Liang, Su Fengnian, he could gather the people's hearts. Then the millions of households in Beiliang would have soldiers willing to fight. Even if Beimang claimed to have millions of soldiers, how could they bully Beiliang? Song Dongming said softly, therefore, Chen Shiliang gave Beiliang a good start. Those refugees who entered the city, there were 3,000 of them. After they survived, their so-called reputation would be well known. There would be 30,000 or even more refugees in Liuzhou who would know the benevolence and righteousness of the young king. He was not the king of Beiliang who was full of benevolence and righteousness, nor was he a hypocrite who would only put porridge at the city gate. He could really help them guard the 4 prefectures of Beiliang, Yuliang, Lingling, and Liuzhou. The middle-aged scholar who was talking to himself had a solemn expression. If Qin Shiliang had chosen to retreat at that time, yes, he would have left the king of Beiliang with the white horses in the city. Unfortunately, Li Yishan's plan back then was all for naught. Li Yishan expelled the refugees from their homes and sent Beiliang soldiers to kill and train. He was showing his power first. Qin Shiliang did not guard Qingcang, and the hundreds of thousands of refugees inside and outside the city were watching. Su Fengnian wanted these refugees to fight to the death for Beiliang. What an idiotic dream. Beiliang thought that the meticulous Su Beiji was far superior to the soft-hearted Qin Shiliang. Humph, this is the true definition of being short-sighted. Only by being virtuous and virtuous can one be like the North Star of the heavens. Wherever one is protected by the stars. Only then can one be considered to have the support of many. If Beiliang only had the military heart but not the people's will, then even if all 300,000 soldiers died, they still wouldn't be able to defend the northwest gate of Liyang. Then, at that time, Su Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness, said in the imperial road in the capital, that he wanted to guard the country's gate for the common people of the Central Plains, so that they would not be disturbed by the horseshoes of Beimang. It's just bullshit that will make people laugh their heads off. The errand boy at the side widened his eyes. His master, who had always been gentle and refined, was speaking so bluntly. Su Fengnian nodded silently. Yudilong squatted next to his master. He certainly couldn't understand, but he still felt that this slightly older scholar from Jiangnan was quite energetic when he spoke. He seemed to have more momentum than the Jianghu masters. Momentum. Yudilong, who was staring at Song Dongming, was a little puzzled. How could a scholar like him have such momentum after reading a few books? Was there such a good thing in the world? Should he go back and tell his master that he should also go and learn to read? Su Fengnian was silent for a moment, then smiled and asked, "The Crown Prince, Yin Mao Chen, is presiding over the examinations for officials outside the capital. Mr. Song is traveling in the cold, so I presume you're not in the position to become an official. With Mr. Song's military strategy, why not become an official?" The errand boy snorted coldly. Obviously, he felt that this kind of idiotic question was insulting his master. Song Dongming suddenly felt a little sad. He closed his eyes and faintly showed an expression of uncontrollable pain. He sighed softly and said, "To be honest, someone in the capital once asked me the same thing. I can only say that it was given by others, not what I asked for." Song Dongming seemed to have realized that it was not appropriate for him to reveal his true feelings. He smiled and said, "Young Master Su, are you going to Qingsang City this time?" Su Fengnian shook his head. Yudilong looked at his master without batting an eyelid. Song Dongming said, "Then let's part ways here." Su Fengnian clasped his hands and said goodbye. He took Yudilong back to the Fu family's caravan. Su Fengnian suddenly remembered the incident recorded in the Northern Liang spy report. Song Dongming, who had been chosen by Yuan Benshi long ago, had passed the imperial examinations and passed the minor examinations. First, he had passed the imperial examinations. Before he had even reached the age of 20, he had passed the imperial examinations. Even the young emperor was shocked by this person's extensive knowledge and almost wanted to grant him a marriage. Unexpectedly, this person had immediately married a woman of low status when he returned home. His major examinations were only one rank lower than the top scholar, but his minor examinations were so small that it was regrettable. It was a pity that such a distinguished person was unwilling to marry a woman from the Zhao family who was of equal status. After that, Song Dongming quickly lost his wife and had no children. After so many years, he did not marry or remarry. He did not even have a concubine. He spent most of his time traveling the north and south of the Yangtze River. The spy report vaguely mentioned that the death of Song Dongming's wife was not normal. The Song family of Deer Town was a powerful family, and Song Dongming was a talented person who had the potential to enter the imperial court as a minister. Who would dare to act so crazily? The number of people in Liang could be counted with two hands. Su Fengnian, who had walked far away, could not help but look back. He had once passed by Lu Xuan of Xiangfan City. This time, he should not miss him again. Su Fengnian whistled and slowly raised his hand. Not long after, a handsome white falcon quickly landed on his arm. Over there, Song Dongming and his servant continued to walk with difficulty in the sandstorm of Maozong Mountain. The servant walked beside his teacher and lifted the gauze mask that covered his mouth to cover the yellow sand. He said loudly, "Teacher, this Su Qi should be from a tall family in Beiliang, right?" Song Dongming smiled and said, "Your words are even more difficult to pronounce than mine." The servant laughed and quickly turned his head to spit out the yellow sand. "Teacher, when can we meet the young king if we are wandering around like this? Didn't you say that Beiliang still needs a good assistant minister to strategize? Teacher, you have the strategy of 10 wins and 10 losses in your heart." Song Dongming said calmly, "It depends on fate. Also, I still have to see if Su Fengnian is the wise ruler in my heart." The servant had a bitter expression and said, "Teacher, even if he can carry out his ambitions, what will happen to the dear Song family? The Yu family, whose eldest grandson Yu Wandao went to Beiliang to join the army, is a lesson learned from the past." Song Dongming shook his head and said, "Today is different from the past. West Chu has been reinstated. If the court suppresses the Song family, they will have to pay the price of causing unrest in the Central Plains. Also, Song Dongming has been a pawn of Great Peace City for a long time. It does not matter where he lands. Maybe Teacher Yuan will be happy to see this happen." The servant sighed like an old man. Song Dongming looked forward with a determined gaze. "Teacher Yuan, you said that you have to be willing to give up. You have to give up something to gain something. Therefore, you are forcing me to make a choice." But how could Song Dongming not know this shallow truth? "It is just that I am not willing to exchange what you think is a small sacrifice for the position of Prime Minister. I, Song Dongming, have always been an idiot. Just like how I do not know if good people really have good karma, but I am willing to believe. Just like how people do not believe that Su Fengnian in Beiliang can defend the Northwest, but I am willing to believe." As Song Dongming walked, his eyes became wet. His lips trembled slightly. He was almost silently humming a little song that the woman who had died young often sang. "East, west, north, south, north, east, west, I only wish to accompany without parting. This life, the next life, the next life, this life, who can meet again?" Chapter 1180. When Su Fengnian and Yudilong returned to the Fu family's caravan, they naturally did not receive any good treatment. Su Fengnian apologized to Feng Qinxiang, who took advantage of the situation and did not press the matter. As an experienced Jianghu veteran, he knew that when one was outside, having more familiar faces meant having more options. If someone asked for help today, they might have to ask for help tomorrow. The caravan continued to move forward. After passing through the Horse Mang Mountain, they followed a winding river that had been dried up for many years. Yudilong held a handful of green needle grass and caragana in his hands. From time to time, he would put them into his mouth and chew out the pitiful juice. After becoming his disciple, his master did not teach him any unique martial arts. He only taught him 7 types of breathing methods. 6 types of breathing, and 1 type of breathing. His master had jokingly said that if he practiced diligently according to this stupid method, once he reached the stage of perfection, it would be equivalent to practicing martial arts in his sleep. Perhaps one day, he would be able to produce thunder with his breath. Yudilong did as he was told. After all, there was nothing for this child to do other than breathing in and out in the same way. Su Fengnian rode on horseback. Occasionally, he would pay attention to Yudilong's breathing, but most of the time, he was mentally wandering. Other than the group of spies from the Fish Dragon gang, there was also the great guest Hong Yuan who had followed him from the great snow plateau of Mount Hui to the northern Liang. Recently, the master of the heavy sword cave, Mi Fingjie, who was not well known in Jianghu, had taken the position of consecrator. Fan Shaochai was also hiding in the dark to protect Lu Nerong. She was already known as the most powerful and wealthy woman in Jianghu in northern Liang. Of course, Su Fengnian was the one who actually spent money to buy land and mansions. Su Fengnian even took out more than 10 boxes of secret martial arts manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion and gave them to the Fish Dragon gang. Although they were all second-rate and third-rate manuals, they were enough to make Jianghu people fight for a place in the Fish Dragon gang. Now, the Fish Dragon gang really had both face and power. No one dared to say that the 10th most powerful gang in the world was just a motley crew. Su Fengnian did not expect these slippery Jianghu people who cherished their lives and reputation to work for Beiliang, but once the war started, Beiliang needed a stable backyard. The Fish Dragon gang had already reached 2,000 people. At the very least, they could ensure that Lingzhou, this granary, was as stable as a rock. If the Fish Dragon gang was just icing on the cake, then the Fu family had been providing timely assistance to Beiliang for 20 years. The family that Fu Jinqing belonged to was led by his father's generation of 7. They led their clansmen and trusted aides to silently travel through the 3 prefectures of Beiliang. A few years ago, they had even traveled to the western region. With the strength of the family, they managed to find 80% of the mines in northern Liang. However, the old and young members of the Fu family were puzzled. Why did the northern Liang government only record these mines and send soldiers to seal off the mountains and not mine them when it was clearly not difficult to open the mountains? Fu Jinqing's father had personally found a huge iron mine that could produce 600,000 caddies of iron in a year. The Liang dynasty's iron harvest during the last years of Yonghui dynasty was only 6,500,000 caddies. Fu Jinqing's father also helped Beiliang find a mercury source in Gongquan County that had a total annual income of 1,600 caddies. This was almost 30% of the entire Liang dynasty. Other than that, there were also the 3 major mines that produced copper in Beiliang. They were Qingshui Mine, Baoxing Mine, and Jianan Mine. Without exception, the Fu family was responsible for their appearance. Why did Su Xiao personally go to old Master Fu's morning hall to pay his respects? This was the reason. When Liang and Mang went to war in the future, what they competed in wasn't just the number of soldiers in the border army, but also the strength of northern Mang and the resilience of northern Liang. Once they clashed, both sides were well aware that no one could do the magnificent feat of smashing the other to death with a single hammer strike. The key was to see who had accumulated enough resources and could stall for the longest time. Although Bailiang's salt and iron official camp seemed to be controlled by those local tyrannical generals, Li Shan had long ago proposed that the benefits of the mountains and lakes are easily exhausted. Therefore, he had simply closed the mountains and sealed the mines. He had never reported it to the imperial court. Instead, he used the local officials to fill their own pockets as a smokescreen. The local officials had been purchasing relevant materials from outside of Bailiang for many years without hesitation. However, the method was very secretive, and it was only a small business that accumulated over time, so it would not attract too much attention. Even if some knowledgeable people in the imperial court noticed some clues, it would not be appropriate for them to denounce them. This was because it was not only Bailiang's Dao Mountain that was high and the emperor was far away. Bailiang's Yuzhou and Lingzhou bordering Bailiang, except for Gu Jintang's former generals who were in charge of the military power, the local officials had also been infiltrated. In the past 10 years, which of those officials had not become rich when they became an official? When they left office, they had both a good reputation and a lot of money. Moreover, this kind of thing that was beneficial to the people in their jurisdiction was something that everyone was doing. The law could not punish the majority. Could it be that the imperial court was going to throw the hat of treason on them? When the butcher Su Shao was still alive, which of the civil and military officials in the imperial court dared to do so? The horse caravan slowly moved forward against the wind and sand. Su Fengnian bit his lips. Su Shao definitely did not leave his son a mess in Bailiang. Instead, it was a Bailiang with powerful armors. Su Fengnian glanced sideways and saw Fu Zhenqing turn his horse around and gallop over to him. Fu Zhenqing then rode side by side with him. Su Fengnian looked at this young face that did not have any worldly wisdom and felt guilty. After Fu Zhenqing's father found the gold mine west of Fengxiang town, he stayed in the same place and continued to explore. He sent his confidant back to Bailiang to report the good news. In the end, he died at the hands of a group of horse bandits who were roaming around. Other than Fu Zhenqing's father, there were 16 other members of the Fu family who died in battle. Their bodies had not been found yet. As for Fu Zhenqing, a member of Lingzhou who was a burden to the family, he was once beaten up by a group of local hedonistic sons after he saw injustice on the road. However, the Fu family did not complain to Bailiang because of this. The spies of the Whispering Chamber who were dormant in Lingzhou had strict rules. They would not stand up for the eldest son of the third branch of the Fu family because of this. The wind and sand were raging. Fu Zhenqing had no choice but to say loudly, "Young Master Su, we are still 90 miles away from Qingsang City. We plan to travel through the night and finish this part of the journey in one go. I hope that young Master Su can hold on for a while." Su Fengnian nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, "As a guest, I will follow the host's wishes. This time, my disciple and I have to thank Mr. Fu for taking care of us on the way to Qingsang City. I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to treat you to a drink." When Fu Zhenqing heard the term Mr., he was obviously stunned. This was a well-deserved honorific and there was almost no need for it between people of the same age. Moreover, Fu Zhenqing did not have any hopes of becoming an official in this life and did not have any extravagant hopes of going to the battlefield to obtain military merits. He only wanted to continue his father's unfulfilled wish and continue to travel through the mountains and rivers of Bailiang. He originally thought that in his entire life, no one would call him Mr. For a moment, he blushed, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. It was just that it was too difficult for him, Fu Zhenqing, who had never been in the officialdom before, to make small talk with a fellow who was practically a stranger. However, when Fu Zhenqing looked at that person's expression, for some reason, he seemed to feel a very unfamiliar sincerity. This kind of expression was not seen on the faces of the people of Lingzhou who were united and xenophobic. Those people only looked down on the people of the Fu family who had no power and no money. They only looked down on them with ridicule and pity. Su Fingnian said, to the west of Qingsang City are Linyao Kai Anshan and Fengxiang Malyoka. These two local tyrants have both submitted to the Liuzhou provincial governor's manor. In name, one has become the mayor of Linyao City and the other has become the deputy general of Liuzhou. In reality, they are both under the strict surveillance of the Beiliang army and do not dare to cause trouble. Your trip to Fengxiang this time should be much safer than you imagined. Of course, Fu Jinqing did not think that there would be close to 1,000 cavalry secretly protecting his group. At this moment, he did not dare to let his guard down. However, it was not good to reject the goodwill of the other party, so he just smiled. Chapter 1181. After a moment of silence, Fu Jinqing suddenly asked, "Pardon me for asking, but young Master Su's qi is strong, so you must be someone who practices martial arts. I wonder if you practice the blade or the sword." Su Fingnian smiled. At first, I practiced the blade, then I practiced the sword. Fu Jinqing probably felt that this young master with a noble identity was biting off more than he could chew, so he didn't know how to continue the conversation. After a while, he could only say, "I have practiced the blade since I was young, but I have never been able to reach a higher level. When we return to Lingzhou in the future, if we can meet again, we can learn from each other." Yu Dilong secretly bared his teeth. He thought to himself that this fellow was really powerful, wanting to learn from his master. Su Fingnian made a sound of acknowledgement, then asked with a smile, "Why don't I see you carrying a blade?" Fu Jinqing laughed, "I'm used to using a cold blade, but Beiliang doesn't allow people to carry cold blades when they go out, so I could only find a normal short blade and stuff it in my bag." After that, Fu Jinqing really couldn't find anything to say, so he continued to lead the group of horses through the night. Late at night, the group of horses finally arrived outside Qingsang City. Fu Jinqing once again rode his horse to Su Fingnian's side, saying, "Young Master Su, we won't be entering the city, so we'll part ways here." Su Fingnian cupped his fists, "Have a safe journey." Fu Jinqing was a little worried. The city is closed at night. How will young Master Su enter the city? Although there are elite cavalry patrolling the area around Qingsang City, this place of refugees has only been under Beiliang's control for a few days, and we really don't have enough manpower on our side. Su Fingnian directly smiled and said, "It's fine, I have a proper way to enter the city." Fu Jinqing couldn't help but be speechless, and had a higher opinion of this person. It must be known that Beiliang's border military law was extremely strict, and it wasn't something that the soldiers in Lingzhou could compare to. Since that was the case, Fu Jinqing didn't waste any more words and bid each other farewell. Not long after the caravan circled around Qingsang City, they heard an unusual sound of horse hooves. Not only was Fu Jinqing worried, he sat high on his horse and looked around nervously. He even pulled out his dagger. Even Zhao Jiabao and Feng Qinxiang had serious expressions on their faces. This was especially so when an expert in the caravan heard that there were no less than 30 horses. This made the Fu clan's caravan feel as if they were facing a great enemy. In the refugee lands where lives were valued like grass, anyone who could ride a horse in the past was an extremely difficult person to deal with. Their ability to fight on horseback was not inferior to the elite cavalry of the Beiliang frontier army. Although there were more than 100 people in the Fu clan's caravan, and Zhao Jiabao and Feng Qinxiang were also martial arts experts, if they really fought with their lives on the line, how could there be no deaths? They were even more afraid of getting into trouble and being targeted by a large group of mounted bandits. It was hard to say how many of them would be able to make it to the military town of Fengxiang alive. However, one of the Fu clan's cavalrymen, who had temporarily acted as a scout, hurried back. He couldn't hide the joy on his face and said loudly, "Young master, it's a dragon elephant cavalry, one of our own in Beiliang." Everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and they all looked at each other and smiled. The Longxiang army personally led by the young prince was the iron cavalry of the Beiliang cavalry. Last year, when they attacked the military towns in Beimang's Gusai prefecture, it was like a strong man bullying a young lady. The dragon elephant cavalry stopped 100 paces away, and only one cavalryman, who looked like the dragon elephant cavalry, continued forward. Moreover, he dismounted from his horse and walked forward quickly. This action made the Fu clan's caravan feel confused. Even if this famous dragon elephant cavalry was patrolling outside the city at night, they wouldn't need to be treated so seriously when they saw that their status was similar to that of commoners, right? Although Fu Jinqing, Xiao Jiabao, and Feng Qinxiang didn't understand the situation, they hurriedly dismounted to welcome them. That sturdy armored dragon elephant cavalry not only had a new type of Beiliang sword at his waist, he also had an additional one in his hand. He asked the three leaders of the Fu clan in a deep voice, "Who is young master Fu Jinqing?" Fu Jinqing respectfully replied, "I am." That dragon elephant cavalry's face had a sinister scar that covered his entire face. For the first time, he squeezed out a smile and walked forward with large steps. He handed the sword to Fu Jinqing with both hands and said, "Our king." The dragon elephant cavalry quickly swallowed the second word that he almost blurted out and said, "Our young master said that in order to thank you for escorting him this time, he wants to give this sword to young master Fu." Fu Jinqing took the new cold sword that even many surplus generals in Lingzhou had only heard of but never seen. That dragon elephant cavalry grinned and said, "Our young master wants you to be at ease with this sword. It's hard to say when you return to Lingzhou, but as long as you are in Liuzhou, no one will dare to say anything about it." Fu Jinqing was stunned on the spot. That dragon elephant cavalry mistakenly thought that this kid was timid and was afraid that his words would not have any effect. He was worried that if he went somewhere else and was caught red-handed, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He was famous in the Longxiang army for having a violent temper and almost flipped out. However, he quickly suppressed it and tried his best to maintain a pleasant expression. But in reality, Xiao Jiabao and Feng Qinxiang could already feel a strong murderous aura, not to mention Fu Jinqing, who was facing this dragon elephant cavalry. He almost thought that this dragon elephant cavalry would turn hostile and kill him. Behind them, there were more than 30 solemn and cold elite cavalry. Under the moonlight, even if the Fu family's cavalry had the confidence to deal with an equal number of horse bandits, they did not have the slightest confidence that they could escape from the charge of 30 cavalry. After that dragon elephant cavalry gave the sword, he turned around and left. He muttered to himself as if he was saying that the one surnamed Fu was too long-winded. Following that, Fu Jinqing and the others could not hear him clearly. After that dragon elephant cavalry mounted his horse, the cavalry of dragon elephant cavalry instantly disappeared. He came and went like the wind. Xiao Jiabao looked at Feng Qinxiang and asked softly, "Brother Qinxiang, doesn't he look a bit like the deputy general of the Longxiang army, Scarface, Wang Lingbao?" The corner of Feng Qinxiang's mouth twitched as he laughed dryly, "That's impossible." After mounting the horse, Fu Jinqing hung his Beiliang saber and laughed, "How is that possible?" "Uncle Xiao, Uncle Feng, let's go." Xiao Jiabao laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "That's right. If it's really the legendary Wang Lingbao who once killed 17 generals of the spring and autumn period, then he's famous for his bad temper. We won't be able to deal with him with one hand." In the distance, on the walls of Qingsang City, the marksman walked up to Su Fingnian. He lowered his head and cupped his fists, reporting to Your Highness, "The saber has been delivered. I have already mobilized 800 riders to follow behind you, and more will be added along the way. Not to mention the death of a single person or even a single horse, Your Highness, you can twist Wang Lingbao's head off and use it as a urinal." Su Fingnian nodded and muttered to himself, "It can be said that other than you, the Fu clan is also the reason why Beiliang has the capital to fight to the death with Beimang." Wang Lingbao raised his head and looked at the back of this figure. He wasn't always standing there like he was in his later years. However, Wang Lingbao clearly remembered that when the great general was in his prime, as long as he stood there, he would be able to support both heaven and earth. Wang Lingbao rubbed his face hard. Su Fingnian turned around and asked with a smile, "Deputy Wang, if I remember correctly, you joined the Bailiang army when you were 14 years old. Did you join the army first? You've been fighting for almost 30 years, haven't you? Wang Lingbao panicked and his face turned red. He stiffened his neck and said, Your Highness, I'm not old. It's only 30 years of war, I haven't fought enough. Su Fengnian glared at him. Wang Lingbao immediately shrunk his neck. Maldorf *Ker, this prince was the one who had killed Wang Xinji. It wouldn't be embarrassing for him to admit defeat, right? Su Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. You're one of the people in Liuzhou who know about the movements of that army. In order to cover for them, I'll give you a battle to fight. How about it? Wang Lingbao subconsciously rubbed his hands and asked, Is this battle big? Su Fengnian said, Our spies have confirmed that Malyoka, the shepherd of Fengshan City, has not given up on his evil intentions and has been flirting with Bei Mang. Wang Lingbao became anxious and cursed out of habit. That dog Malyoka, with his several thousand small soldiers, it's not even enough to fill the stomachs of any officer under my command. Su Fengnian smiled. Are you going or not? Wang Lingbao wiped his mouth and a bloody, silly smile appeared on his face. He laughed. Go, why wouldn't I go? A mosquito's leg is still meat, it's a waste not to eat it. Su Fengnian waved his hand. Wang Lingbao ran down the city walls. He turned his head and looked at the back of that figure. He felt that the great general was standing there again. Chapter 1182. The stars hung over the plains. Yudilong sat on the city wall and looked up at the stars in the sky. His mind wavered and he could not get enough of it. This child's good fortune was enough to make all the direct disciples of the top Jianghu sects jealous. He had 30% of Wang Xianji's gift and could receive guidance from Su Fengnian. Yudilong pulled back his gaze and heard his master say, In July, the fire flows, in September, the clothes are bestowed. Su Fengnian looked at the large Mars that was falling west at a strange speed this year and smiled slightly. The imperial astronomer of Great Peace City had Huijing who were responsible for keeping an eye on the large Mars. They were all old men, but this year, 2 of them had been demoted in succession because they could not give a reason. In the case of Jingdo's white clothes, the large Mars that was falling west at a strange speed could be considered the main culprit. When a dynasty was prosperous, there would be auspicious signs. When a country was about to fall into chaos, there would be bad omens. The imperial astronomer, who had replaced a youth as Huijing, had not had a moment of rest this year. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at the northern lands outside the city. The Liang imperial court could be considered the dynasty with the widest territory since the Great Qin dynasty. Moreover, with Su Shao and Zhao Bing, the king of Yanqi, overseeing the border, the prestige of the House of Zhao had reached the peak of the various dynasties. In the imperial court of Great Peace City, famous officials and officials gathered in the same hall. Many times, Su Fengnian wanted to personally ask the emperor of the House of Zhao one question, other than the flaw of not having the authority of the husband, what else was he not satisfied with? Su Fengnian unconsciously looked in the direction of Graydon City to the east. He thought of Bai Yan who had worked hard for the Zhao family. This old scholar's present days were not very good. Most importantly, this grand secretary's future days would be even worse. This time, using the opportunity of West Chu's restoration of the country, his actions of suppressing military force and removing vassals had completely touched 2 of the people's reverse scales. It was hard to say whether the heavens would be angry, but it was certain that people would be angry. The vassals and vassals of the imperial family, including the Prince of Guangling, were destined to harbor hatred in their hearts. Adding on the group of vassals of the Zhao family of Graydon City who had accumulated hatred for a long time, as well as the dukes and marquises who had been ordered not to leave their territories, there was no one in the world with the surname Zhao who had a good impression of him. Forcing all the generals to lead their troops to the outskirts of Guangling for training, Gu Jiantang had almost completely offended all the valiant generals. Su Fengnian sighed. Wu Wudi and Wang Xianji are both dead. You, Wen Wudi, just had to follow Lu Su's plan of reform at this time. Do you really think you will have a good ending? Do you really think you are standing on the side of the emperor? Su Fengnian did not rejoice in his misfortune. Although Zhang Julu was Beiliang's mortal enemy, in this world, there were always a few people who could win the sincere respect of their enemies. Su Shao was one of them. The Empress of Beimang, Gu Jiantang, the old king of Jing'an, and Zhao Heng. These opponents who should hate Su Shao the most had never insulted Su Shao in their lives. Su Fengnian sighed softly and said to Yu Dilong that they were leaving. The child jumped down the city wall. Before Su Fengnian entered the city, he had already learned from Wang Lingbao that the two people he was going to meet this time were coincidentally not in Qingsang City. His younger brother, Su Longxiang, had only brought 80 riders to the border north of Linyao military town to chase after a group of horse bandits that were said to be 1,000 men strong. Chen Shiliang, on the other hand, was somewhere outside the city recruiting soldiers and buying horses for the Yuzhou border army. For the past 2 months, he had been sleeping outside the city almost every night. Su Fengnian and Yu Dilong came to the mansion of the provincial governor of Liuzhou, which had taken over the Dragon King's mansion. The mansion was brightly lit. Almost all the officials sitting behind desks and dealing with government affairs were young faces. Half of these outstanding talents who had been specially promoted were scholars who had gone through heavy screening, and the other half were descendants of the nobles of the former 3 provinces of Beiliang. When Su Fengnian entered a small government office that was used to manage grain and fodder, he happened to see the provincial governor, Yang Guangdou, holding a weasel hair brush upside down and fiercely knocking an official's head. He cursed the official's 18 generations of ancestors without leaving a single one behind. That young man, who looked like a grain officer based on his official robes, was blushing. Being insulted by the provincial governor in front of his colleagues, his rank was worlds apart. Naturally, he did not dare to retort. Feeling wronged, the handsome man, who was 7 feet tall, actually broke down in tears. Provincial Governor Yang still did not go over. Huffing and puffing, he handed the brush back to the young man. His hand that was stained with ink carelessly wiped the other party's official robes. With a cold snort, he said, "I'll come again tomorrow morning. If it's still a mess, your grandfather is Wei Taizhan. I can't afford to offend him, and I can't demote you either. However, I can still do such a trivial thing as sending you to that shabby ceremonial room near the latrine. Wei Tonghe, your official robes are dirty. You don't even need to wash them. In any case, you'll most likely have to change them tomorrow." The young man's face was pale. He clenched his teeth. Although his voice was still choked with sobs, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. It was as if a broken jar was smashed to pieces. He said, "Provincial Governor, Linyao military town has 3 counties under its jurisdiction. It has only been established for such a short period of time. This lowly official, along with 3 colleagues and 6 subordinates, only sleeps for 6 hours a day. Although there are indeed some mistakes in the recording of the 4th grade farmland in Linyao, this is already the limit of this lowly official's abilities. If provincial governor feels that this lowly official is unworthy of this position and feels that this lowly official is relying on the merits of my ancestors to eat and drink here, then there is no need to find excuses to make things difficult for me." Yang Guangdou blew on his beard and glared. After a moment of hesitation, he laughed coldly and said, "Kid, you have some backbone. Then don't talk nonsense and scram. Our Liuzhou ceremonial room is the most important government office. It is in charge of advising and educating. This official reckons that those refugees would love to listen to your eldest young master Wei Tonghe's lessons. Perhaps next year, there will be a basket of talented Zhuangyuan." Being mocked like this, Wei Tonghe's tears fell like rain. His grandfather, Wei Taizhan, was a veteran who had retired from the position of deputy commander of the cavalry. Moreover, it had only been a few years since he had taken off his armor. Furthermore, He Zhonghu, who had taken over Wei Tiushan's position, had always regarded the former as an elder brother and respected him greatly. Wei Tonghe's father, Wei Jinshui, had also become a fourth-grade general in the border army and was greatly trusted by He Zhonghu. Wei Tonghe was different from many of his younger brothers who rested on the merits of their fathers. He did not like to fight, but rather to study. Moreover, he was full of hot-bloodedness. He had heard that Bailiang's newly established Liuzhou was in urgent need of officials. He had practically hidden his identity from his family and came to this place as a refugee. Furthermore, he had never let his colleagues know of his identity. However, Wei Tonghe's temperament was gentle and soft. He really did not seem like an elder in his family. If Wei Taizhan had been reprimanded by the old Prince Liang like this, even if he did not dare to scold back, he would not make a sound. However, he would definitely not be so aggrieved that his face would be covered in tears. Wei Tonghe had no way out of this embarrassing situation. He could only go to the ceremonial room to do odd jobs in the yamen. He raised his arm to wipe away his tears and did not forget to bow to the people in the room. Just as he lowered his head and was about to walk out of the yamen, a person standing at the door pressed down on his shoulder. Wei Tonghe raised his head and saw an unfamiliar face with a warm smile. This uninvited guest laughed softly and said, "The provincial governor is trying to provoke you. Why don't you appreciate it? Wei Tonghe, don't you know that your grandfather and provincial governor Yang have been drinking buddies for many years? Would he really be willing to throw you into the ceremonial room? If he really dares to do so, your grandfather will chase after the provincial governor and beat him." Wei Tonghe's face was filled with astonishment. He asked in a daze, "You are?" Yang Guangdou, who had been exposed, rolled his eyes and said, "Idiot, why aren't you kneeling when you see the prince?" Chapter 1183. Upon hearing the two words, "prince," the eyes of all the young people in the room who had accompanied Yu Tonghe to be scolded burned with reverence. They immediately wanted to kneel. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, "Forget it, forget it. All of you sit down and continue to deal with government affairs. Liuzhou has 3 towns and 8 counties. There are many things waiting to be done. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once you get through this wave, practice makes perfect. In the future, it will be much easier. When the time comes, even if the provincial governor wants to scold you, he won't be able to find an excuse. During this period of time, it has indeed been hard on all of you. In a moment, this king will send a few jars of wine to all the yamen. And the ceremonial hall will send more. According to the provincial governor's words, by the latrines, the smell of wine has to be suppressed by the smell of urine." The atmosphere in the room immediately became much more relaxed. Smiles appeared on the faces of the young officials. Yu Tonghe couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was standing alone in front of the Prince of Northern Liang. It would be fine if he didn't know Su Fengnian's identity. However, after the provincial governor revealed Su Fengnian's secret, he immediately felt an invisible majestic aura. This wasn't to say that Su Fengnian's aura was overbearing, but Yu Tonghe, the weak scholar, was just scaring himself. Su Fengnian's reign as Bailiang's Prince of His Royal Highness had been filled with twists and turns. First, he was cursed countless times. Later, he turned the world upside down. Even the great general of Huaihua, Zhong Hongguo, was easily suppressed. After inheriting the title of Prince of Bailiang, he performed one magnificent feat after another. He refused an imperial edict, vigorously reorganized the Bailiang army, killed Wang Xianji, patrolled the border, and established Liuzhou. How could Yu Tonghe not tremble in fear? In fact, ordinary officials would be treading on thin ice when facing a vassal king, no matter how notorious his reputation was. However, the deeds of the king of Bailiang, for Wei Tonghe, who had spent most of his time studying behind closed windows, did not have a deep understanding. What truly made him feel admiration for Su Fengnian was a small matter that concerned himself. When Liuzhou was established, Li Yang seemed to be somewhat hesitant about what to do about this rebellious act that had not been reviewed by the central court. They were not sure whether or not they should issue an edict to reprimand Liuzhou. The developments that followed made the people of Beiliang laugh out loud. For example, the salary of Liuzhou's provincial governor, Yang Guangdou, was actually only a bit lower than that of the Grand Secretary. Every month, he received 300 strings of coins. As for Wei Tonghe, who was just a minor official in Liuzhou, he received 15 strings of coins and 50 bundles of firewood. He even received 5 bolts of spring silk and winter silk that only high-ranking officials in Liyang were given. The court's generous treatment of Liuzhou's officials was simply to the point of no return. Yu Tonghe did not think that if it were any other vassal king, they would be able to make the Liyang imperial court obediently bleed so much. Even the king of Yanqi and the king of Guangling could not do it. Su Fengnian did not stay for long. He walked out of the room with Yang Guangdou. As a high-ranking official in the border region, this old man was clearly in an extremely good mood. He laughed softly and said, "Governor Chen's plan is flawless. I have underestimated him in the past. It is a waste of his talent to only be the governor of Qingcang City. As the provincial governor, it is only right for me to give up my position. There are less than 200,000 refugees, and the number of people who took the initiative to join the army in Yu and Liang provinces is still less than 10,000. In the beginning, I was helpless against this. I could not let the Longxiang army put a knife to the refugees' necks and force them to go to the border. However, Qin Shiliang used a plan that had immediate results. For every refugee family, as long as one person joined the army, they would be able to obtain farmland in Lingzhou and become a citizen of Beiliang. This was in accordance with Su Beiji's plan in Lingzhou. Those rich gentry who were afraid of death all sold their ancestral land. Now, there was a lot of empty land in Lingzhou. With this, Liuzhou could send at least 40,000 soldiers to the Beiliang border. A total of 40,000 soldiers who were willing to fight to the death for their wives, children, and brothers behind them. Your Highness, don't you think that Qin Shiliang being a martial-grade city magistrate is not worthy of his contributions? Su Fengnian only knew that the number of people joining the army in Liuzhou would increase, but he did not receive any detailed intelligence reports. When he heard the large number of 40,000, he was also quite shocked. It had to be known that the battle in Guangling Road seemed to be turning the sky and earth upside down. Everyone in the world stretched their necks to watch, and everyone in the court was talking about this matter. However, the number of people that actually entered the battlefield was only around 100,000. However, Qin Shiliang alone quietly brought 40,000 soldiers to Beiliang who could mount a horse and fight. Also, don't forget, how could the 40,000 soldiers of the Beiliang army be compared to the 40,000 soldiers of Yang Shenqing's army? Once, there was a busybody who commented on the combative strength of the armies in various places in Liyang, and the result was widely spread. Perhaps that person was purposely roasting the army of Beiliang on the fire, as he said that one of Beiliang's cavalry could match 2 of Liyang's goblin cavalry, and one of Beiliang's infantry could match 3 of Liyang's elite infantry. However, Yan Wenwan, who never boasted, did say in private that after West Chu's kingdom was restored, if Yang Shenqing's 40,000 soldiers of southern Ji were exchanged with his 20,000 infantry, they would be able to take over the Baiao military town in one fell swoop. Naturally, they would not suffer a great defeat after that. Su Fengnian said helplessly, refugees who move to Ling province can obtain a household registration. Qin Shiliang did not inform Mount Qingliang beforehand. Su Fengnian smiled and said, Provincial Governor, are you covering for Qin Shiliang? Are you afraid that I'll punish him for both crimes? Yang Guangdou burst out into laughter and did not try to hide his thoughts. He said bluntly, that's right. Qin Shiliang came from a humble background, but he truly cares about the people. This is something that even a simple and honest descendant of a noble family like Wei Tonghe could never achieve. Your Highness, you can't let such a good seedling die prematurely. To be frank, if you really want to use Qin Shiliang to establish your authority in Lu province, I won't be able to stop you. But after that, I'll definitely bring him into the provincial governor's mansion and treat him like a precious treasure. Su Fengnian said frankly, at the beginning, I was planning to give Qin Shiliang fair rewards and punishments, but on the way to Qingsang City, I met a descendant of the Deer Song clan. Just like you, he has a very high evaluation of Qin Shiliang, so I gave up on that idea. Moreover, I've discovered one point. In Wutangan, my second sister is leading the charge, and with the help of the old group of strategists and advisors, it's already very difficult for them to deal with ordinary government affairs in Beiliang. If a war really does break out, I reckon that even if I sit behind my desk 24 hours a day, I still won't be able to deal with it. Right now, Mount Qingliang is only dealing with some of the old habits of Beiliang's underworld. They can still proceed step by step according to the rules. Once this war breaks out, I'll definitely have to go to the border. When the time comes, I'll have a headache. Yang Guangdou said in a low voice, Your Highness, are you saying that Mount Qingliang lacks a Li Shan who has the vision and strategy to control the overall situation? Su Fengnian nodded. Yang Guangdou sighed ruefully. This kind of person can be said to only appear once in 100 years, or even once in a few decades. Even if there is one, it would be in the Great Peace City's Shao clan. How could it be our Beiliang's turn? Just like the 100 or so scholars rushing to Luzhou and the local gentry descendants of Beiliang, there are more than 200 of them. But in my opinion, the best material, that is, someone with Wei Tonghe's level of temperament and talent, needs to be polished. Without a dozen years of work, how could he be able to take charge of an area? Being an official is the easiest thing in the world. But to put it bluntly, even being a corrupt official requires talent, much less a capable official who can safely rule over an area. Now, I hope that a few of those scholars from outside the country can quickly emerge. They can't be simple pieces of unpolished jade, but beautiful jade that can be used immediately. Qin Shiliang and Su Beiji are of course very good, but they are still too young. Li Shan and Nalan Yusi, who is of the same rank as him, are also gradually influenced by the smoke of war. Furthermore, no matter if it is Qin Shiliang or Su Beiji, they all have a fatal flaw that their own abilities cannot change. Su Fengnian said softly, a reputation that is publicly acknowledged by the people of the world. Yang Guangdou's face was weary as he said, the way of the world is so cold and fickle. The dogs of the rich and powerful surpass the eminent scholars of the poor, especially before the spring and autumn period. No matter how ambitious and ruthless you are, as long as you don't have a family background, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to accomplish anything. Right now, it is only slightly better. Perhaps it will gradually improve in the future, but our Beiliang cannot wait. Su Fengnian muttered to himself, looks like we have to hurry. Yang Guangdou was very experienced. He lowered his voice and asked with a face full of surprise, do you have someone to choose? Su Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, for this kind of matter, it is not useless even if both sides are in love. Nothing has been set in stone yet. It will depend on my luck. Yang Guangdou touched on a sore spot and said with a playful smile, there are rumors that Lu Su of Xiangfan City was once ignored by the king. Su Fengnian did not deny it and said self-mockingly, I don't know who is the blind one. Yang Guangdou dismissed it with a smile and suddenly asked, I heard that the guy from Shangyin Academy has come out of seclusion and has gone to Great Peace City. Su Fengnian's face was slightly gloomy. He nodded and said, they have started to slay the dragon. Yang Guangdou smiled coldly and said, the hound is cooked after the rabbit is killed. It is better to kill the deer. Chapter 1184. That night, Su Fengnian, led by Yang Guangdou, visited all the yamens in the Liuzhou provincial governor's mansion. He saw scenes of people burning the midnight oil, young faces that were far from being mature, and a large number of elite soldiers entering and leaving this heavily guarded mansion. It made one feel that this place was radiating with an unusually lively atmosphere. Su Fengnian and Provincial Governor Yang did not disturb the officials in the Yamen dealing with political affairs most of the time. They walked around casually and commented on the deployment of troops in Beimang. The new king of the south, Dongzhuo, was nominally in charge of power. Although he had Empress Murong's support, he might not be able to completely reorganize the troops of the south in a short period of time. The spring and autumn annals had brought the perfect etiquette and culture of the Central Plains to the south, adding wings to a tiger. At the same time, they had also brought many bad habits that Beimang did not have. The atmosphere of luxury was even more extravagant than that of Beiliang. Don't look at the fact that when Beiliang heard that there was going to be a war, 3 or 4 of the tycoons in Lingzhou would leave Beimang. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Moreover, the confrontation between the north and the south in Beimang was deeply rooted and had always been sharp. The rich people of the south were so active that they had to rely on the influential people of the Great Prairie in the north. This had unknowingly increased the arrogance of the north and weakened the already weak authority of the south. Dongzhuo, the fat man, would probably lose a few pounds of weight. Su Fengnian and Yang Guangdou chatted about whatever they thought of. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. Yang Guangdou, a third-rank border official, had to hold a meeting every morning and evening. Today, Su Fengnian, dressed in casual clothes, took the opportunity to participate in the meeting. He did not sit on the main seat. The position of Lu province was still empty. Su Fengnian sat in this seat. The important subordinates of the other provinces were all present. These seats were not for just anyone to sit in. None of the people present were still young and naive. They were all high-ranking officials who had been evaluated in the old 3 provinces of Yuliangling. Most of them were in their 40s or 50s. Although they were not as sharp as the young people, they were familiar with government affairs. They could first ensure that there would not be any major mistakes in the newly established Lu province. These 7 or 8 4th-rank and 5th-rank officials had never seen the young vassal king before. It was no wonder that they were ignorant and ill-informed. After all, before they were promoted, their ranks were not high, and they were all civil officials. In the past, they had never had the opportunity to enter the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang to pay a visit to Great General Su Shao and His Royal Highness Su Fengnian. In this world where information was blocked and the venerables were taboo, the vast majority of the common people of Beiliang probably still did not know the name of the new Prince Liang. In Beiliang, the people who could truly be said to be known by both women and children were people whose names could be reported. In the past 10 years, there was no need to mention Su Shao. After that, there was Chen Jibao and Chu Lushan. Yuan Zuozong's reputation could be compared to Yan Wenluan, Zhong Hongwu, and other old generals. In addition, there was the most talented person in Beiliang, Su Weisheng, and the recently deceased daughter-in-law of the Su family, Wang Chudong. Su Fengnian looked at the officials in front of him who had puffy eyes but were forcing themselves to sit upright. They were old and naturally had less energy. There was a lot of work to be done in Liuzhou, and they had become officials under the eyes of the old fox Yang Guangdou. In addition, the entire Beiliang officialdom was staring at them. This group of old people really woke up earlier than chickens and went to bed later than dogs. Su Fengnian listened to everyone's slightly trembling reports. He did not make any comments about their government affairs. Instead, he joked, "Most of you have worked hard for an entire night. Don't treat your buttocks unfairly. Relax and sit. Do whatever is comfortable. Just boldly lean against the back of the chair. Our Beiliang does not follow the customs of the Liang officialdom. We do not pay attention to having half of our buttocks outside the chair when facing a superior official." Yang Guangdou kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He laughed and said, "I have been dragged by the prince for an entire night. My old legs are sore." In any case, with the provincial governor acting as a bird out of the forest, the other officials immediately relaxed. Although they did not dare to be as unrestrained as Yang Guangdou, they still dared to press their buttocks firmly against the back of the chair. A few of them let out a long sigh of relief. Su Fengnian smiled and continued to say, in the past, when Lu Yuanji, Wei Taizhan, and the other old generals went to Qingliang Mountain to pay their New Year's greetings, they met with Su Shao. You all have not seen it, especially when they competed in drinking. They were no different from ruffians in the marketplace. This king also feels that there is nothing wrong with this. In the future, this king will often come to Qingcang City to ask for money. Everyone, don't be so reserved. That's right, Dianxue Lu, this king wants to stand up for you. More than 1,000 monks will enter flow state, and they all need to go through your hands. This is a very important matter, but the temporary reception room seems like everyone is being raised by a stepmother. Who was it that pushed you to a place near the latrine? Tell me, I'll scold him for you. Lu Zhen, the head of the Liuzhou Classics division, was stunned for a moment. His eyes subconsciously glanced at his two colleagues, but he did not dare to make a sound. In Luzhou, his position as a scholar was almost equivalent to an empty title. He did not have much real power. If any family had the misfortune of following him, they would have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. There was no way for him to be compared to the Dianxue Lu, who held power in their hands. In terms of fighting for territory, he would not be able to win against them. Up until now, he had not been able to find the Dianxue Lu who was supposed to be his partner in managing the affairs of a province. There was nothing he could do. Who would be willing to hold a sage's book and deal with refugees? The two officials who were glanced at by Lu Zhen immediately became restless. The young king in front of them who seemed to be amiable to everyone was the Lord of Beiliang who could easily deal with Zhong Hongwu. He had even tamed Yan Wenluan and the other generals of the border army. The restructuring of the Beiliang army had been smooth from beginning to end. In addition, when Su Beiji had jumped 7 or 8 ranks to become the governor of Lingzhou, he had taken over the position that Li Gongda was unwilling to move from. He had even directly allowed the 3 Lingzhou generals to escort him. Who would dare to say no? If they were targeted by such a shrewd king, it would be hard to say whether or not they would be able to walk out of Luzhou alive. Su Fengnian smiled slightly and said, Soldier Wang, Officer Huang, the two of you are sweating a lot. The sun is not out yet, but you are already feeling hot. If you are not feeling well and are not acclimatized to Luzhou, while this king is in the governor's manor, if you want to ask for leave, there is no need for the governor to agree. This king will allow it. I heard that the two of you are in-laws. If you have a companion when you return to Lingzhou, you won't be afraid of being lonely. Chapter 1185. Wang Xiuqing and Huang Yuqing immediately began to sweat profusely. They left their chairs and knelt on the ground. Yang Guangdou, who was sitting cross-legged, smiled as he watched this scene. He did not help the two officials in their hour of need, nor did he say anything bad about them. Su Fengnian stopped smiling. He rested his elbow on the edge of the chair and calmly said, One is in charge of commanding the troops stationed in Luzhou. The other is in charge of monitoring the officials in Luzhou. Both of them are important positions in Luzhou. The two of you together, not including the calligraphy and paintings, gave Li Gongda a total of 68,000 taels of silver. Only then did you get the letter of recommendation. However, this king had already looked through your resumes and checked your past achievements. You were very good, so he agreed. What, are you so worried about the money that you are in such a hurry to plunder the land in Luzhou? Why don't the two of you make your move a little later? It seems like your skills as an official are not perfect enough. Wang Xiuqing, the Fufeng County Commandant Yuan Qing and Wenhui County Magistrate Li Zhaoshou, as well as the 2 people you promoted, Wu Shaoxian and Hong Pashu, received a total of 6,000 taels of silver. Is this king wrong? Su Fengnian's finger gently tapped on the edge of the chair. The chair was made of the highest quality yellow rosewood. It was a valuable item left behind by the previous owner of Qingcang City. It made people envious. Su Fengnian did not speak. Wang Xiuqing, who was tall and strong, did not look like a civil official. He was about to speak when his in-law, Huang Yuqing, secretly pulled on his sleeve. In the end, the two officials who had neglected their duties in Luzhou did not say anything to defend themselves. Su Fengnian saw a tall and sturdy general walk into the courtyard. He stood outside the door with his hand on his sword. It was Luzhou's Qingcang Army Commandant, Wei Qingshi. He and the commandant of Linyao Army Commandant were both from the Longxiang Army. Su Fengnian stood up and said, "This king has told Governor Yang that he will be in charge of all government affairs in Lu province. If you have anything to say, you can tell it to Governor Yang." Su Fengnian walked out of the house and followed Wei Qingqing and a group of elite retainers out of the city. They were going to meet Qin Shiliang at a place 40 miles away from the city. Yang Guangdou coughed and put down his feet, stepping on the boots that had just been delivered from Lingzhou's Golden Weave Bureau. He said, Sir Huang, please rise. The law is based on human feelings. There are many things that need to be done in Liuzhou. With such a huge mess, I am unable to find anyone that will not hinder the great cause of Beiliang. Even if you all redeem yourselves by doing good deeds, I will help you all speak to His Highness. However, while His Highness is in the Azure continent, it's best that you don't show your faces. Wang Xiuqing stood up, his expression heavy. Huang Yuqing stood up unsteadily and wiped the sweat from his forehead as if he had lost his parents. Even if the provincial governor had given them leeway, they had left a bad impression in the prince's mind. Did they really think that they could make up for their mistakes with merit? Huang Yuqing was not so childish, but he was still grateful for Yang Guangdou's consolation. He bowed deeply with his hands clasped in front. As he bowed and lowered his head, he caught a glimpse of his in-law, Wang Xiuqing, who was still standing there in a daze. He did not want to add fuel to the fire, so he pretended not to see anything. Yang Guangdou smiled and looked at the unconvinced soldier. He did not get angry. He put on his boots and stepped on the ground. He smiled and said, Sir Wang, do you think that I am playing the villain in front of His Highness? The unyielding Wang Xiuqing indeed thought so. However, he did not expect Governor Yang to be so direct. He was startled and his gloomy face lightened a bit. Yang Guangdou waved his hand and laughed, "Then you are underestimating this official too much, and underestimating His Highness even more. This official does not have His Highness's ability. I cannot find out how much money you have given out, nor can I find out how much money you have accepted. In fact, everyone here is well aware that Lu province is a barren land, and being an official here is a hard job. But no matter how little money there is, to be able to sit on a yellow rosewood chair in this room, your official rank is solid. Even the imperial court has recognized you, and all of us have received the official documents from the capital. This official has also received the title of Governor Yang Guangdou. As for me, I am very busy. There are many things that I do not want to be complicated. Think about it. Yu Wanqing, Li Xiaoshou, Wu Xiaoxian, and Hong Pashu. These 4 people, I have heard of them. They are similar to the 2 of you. Their family background is not great. They must have worked hard to become an official. Speaking to this point, Yang Guangdou rubbed his chin and could not help but laugh. Of the 4, this official is most familiar with Li Xiaoshou. A month ago, I even chatted with him. This person is indeed full of knowledge. What is funny is that at that time, the Weaving Bureau had just sent over the official robes and had not yet sent over the boots. This kid was wearing a brand new robe and a pair of broken shoes. When we were chatting, he would occasionally touch the soft patch on his chest as if he was touching the face of a beautiful young lady. It made him very happy. At that time, this official was thinking that he did not want to be a county magistrate in Lingzhou and came to Luzhou to be a county magistrate. He was promoted but lost money. This kind of person is still a true scholar. In his heart, he still has the strength of a scholar. Yang Guangdou looked at Wang Shuqing and laughed softly. I know what you are thinking. I am just helping people get an official position because I like their character and knowledge. I have more money in my purse, and I have also found talents for Bailiang. This is a good thing for both sides. What right do you, King of Bailiang, have to not let it go? Wang Shuqing, is this what you are thinking? Wang Shuqing was honest and unyielding. She said in a low voice, that's right. Yang Guangdou shook his head and said, you are wrong. Whether it is you, or even me, the primary third-rank provincial governor of Luzhou, we cannot escape the problem of not being in a position and not being in a position. For example, I do not have many people at my disposal and am unable to make ends meet. According to the law, you should be stripped of your official status and be sent back to Lingzhou. However, I still have to clean up your mess. This is how I, Yang Guangdou, only consider the gains and losses of Luzhou. However, if every soldier and official in Bailiang is like you too and does not need to follow the rules, as time passes, the mud and sand will fall together. This Bailiang's officialdom will be in complete chaos. That is why what I said before is not entirely correct. You have to talk about human feelings, but if you talk about human feelings too much, it will not be a long-term plan. Look at Lingzhou's officialdom. You bunch of pitiful fellows who have not been able to make a name for yourselves in the past 20 years. You must know this better than me. Ask yourselves, will Luzhou become the second Lingzhou? We are about to go to war. Us officials who do not even need to wave flags and shout battle cries should not let the prince worry about this so early. When we destroy Beimang, everyone here will be in a favorable position. Everyone can go to Beimang and get a provincial governor to satisfy their cravings. At that time, we will be greedy for some money. I do not believe that the king of Bailiang will be so calculated with us. Wang Shuqing cracked open her lips into a smile. Many of the officials present could not help but laugh. Lu Zhen joked, then us old bones should live a few more years. Otherwise, no matter how big the official status is, it will have nothing to do with us. Yang Guangdou pointed at the youngest official in charge of Liuzhou's financial records. Qin Tianxia, you're only in your early 40s. You're the one who has the most advantage. When the quarterly salary is distributed, treat us to a meal. That person scratched his head and said with a bitter face, it is not that this official is unwilling to part with the salary. It is just that there is a lioness at home. If I do not send the salary back to Yuzhou, she will definitely think that this official is picking wildflowers in Luzhou. At that time, she will definitely punish me to death. Provincial governor, please do a good deed and let official Zhou, who has the most money in our family, treat us. This fellow will not be interested in the salary. A fat middle-aged official cursed, Qin Tianxia, F** King Bulsh * T. Yesterday, you even told me that you had secretly saved up more than 40 taels of money for drinks. The entire hall burst into laughter. It was joyous. When Su Fengnian saw Chen Shiliang, he almost did not recognize him. This poor scholar who originally looked like a weak scholar had tanned skin and lost more than 10 caddies. Chapter 1186. Chen Shiliang did not wear the fourth-rank official robes of Qingsang City. He did not even wear the scholar's clothing. He looked no different from a poor refugee. From head to toe, the only thing that could be brought out was the pair of abnormally sturdy wolf-skin boots on his feet. When Su Fengnian personally saw this person who looked even more like a refugee than a refugee, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Chen Shiliang had more than 10 white horses protecting him. For better or for worse, this scholar who was at the heart of the struggle in Bailiang gained back some face. At this moment, Chen Shiliang was standing at the entrance of a village. He was leading a large group of workers to build a windmill and dig a well. The village just happened to be located in a low-lying area with spring water. It was a small oasis that was rarely seen in Lu province. Normally speaking, a place like this that occupied a water source was a place that many factions would fight over. When there was water, it often meant that there would be endless bloodshed. The 100 or so villagers of this village all squatted in the distance to join in on the fun. Some men chewed on steel like pancakes, while others looked at the white horse righteous followers with a mixture of desire and awe. After dismounting, they still carried blades and crossbows, and their armor was bright. Before Lu province became part of Baelyang's territory, before the elite soldiers of the border army became crossbowmen, they would come here to kill people, using the heads of the refugees as capital to advance. Occasionally, a small group of cavalry would be surrounded and killed by large groups of mounted bandits. The blades and armor on the cavalry had always been the things that the leaders of the refugees could show off. With horses and blades, if they could also wear armor, then they could be the boss of bosses in the land of the refugees. That was why when these white horse righteous followers appeared out of nowhere, not only did it make the villagers envious, it also made them tremble with fear. However, the young man in the lead was said to be a Baelyang official with a frighteningly high official hat. What was strange was that when he entered the village, he did not violate the women, nor did he steal money or food. He only said a bunch of things, making it so that the villagers would not believe him even if they were beaten to death. Was there such a good thing in the world? As long as one person from each family joined the army, they would be registered as a good citizen in Lingzhou, and they would even be able to farm. Also, whether they joined the army at the border or within Lingzhou, they could choose as they pleased. The only difference was that the soldiers of the border army received a lot more pay than the soldiers of Lingzhou. Originally, no one was willing to pay attention to him, but later on, it was said that this young official had stubbornly defended Qingcang City against 10,000 strong mounted bandits. It was said that he had caused the deaths of many of the king of Baelyang's personal troops. And then was to be brought back to Liangzhou to be executed in public, When the villagers saw another group of horses galloping over, they stopped outside the village. A young man who looked even more handsome than a woman gradually approached. Beside him was a small child that looked like charcoal. Behind him was a tall and sturdy man who looked like a general. His attire was really King eye-piercing. TSK, no matter what, he should be a general that could lead several hundred soldiers. Some of the brats who were born and raised in the village were not afraid of anything. They wanted to go around half a circle to take a good look, but in the end, they were chased far away by their elders. However, there were some strong women who could knock down men from Jiangnan with one hand. Their eyes were shining. Oh, what a handsome little brother. Who knows which family's woman has the good fortune to enjoy him? Their men didn't care about this. They kept cursing and swearing, and the women also dared to talk back. The bolder ones even smacked their thick lips, wishing they could swallow that little brother with a pair of phoenix eyes into their stomachs. Soon, all of the villagers were scared out of their wits. Their scalps were numb. When the white horse righteous Tsong saw the young man, he knelt down on one knee. With one hand on the ground and the other on his blade, he said in a deep voice, "We pay our respects to the prince." When the white horse righteous Tsong knelt down, the officials in charge of digging the well in Luzhou also knelt down. They were even more reverent than the solemn white horse righteous Kong. In this period of time, first, there were many bald monks who worked hard in Luzhou, begging for alms and preaching. Later, there were also young immortals from Wudong Mountain who came here to travel. They all said that the young vassal king was either the reincarnation of a bodhisattva or the descent of Zhenwu. Su Fingnian said softly and stood up. He then walked towards Qin Shiliang. The dozen or so white horse righteous Tsong naturally followed behind the king of Baelyang. They separated the Azure Commandant's retinue without leaving a trace. Wei Qingchen rubbed his nose. He was a little embarrassed, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. During the Battle of Azure City, there was a great disparity in military strength. Although the defending side always had an innate advantage, the city walls of Azure City were not tall and sturdy. The thousands of soldiers of Azure City had already lost their morale. If it were not for the White Horse Righteous Song who led the charge, Azure City would have already been massacred by the 10,000 elite horse bandits several times. Every time there was a hole in the city's defense, a group of silver-armored soldiers would take the lead and desperately resist the tide of attacks. Although they died, they did not retreat. It was these White Horse Righteous Song who said that their lives were worth the lives of 100 people of Azure City, and it was their willingness to die that caused the old subordinates of the Azure Dragon King Manor to have the heart to fight to the death. The desperation of Qingsong City's attack and defense could be seen from one detail. Every White Horse Righteous follower who died would die without a complete corpse because they were hated to the bones by the horse bandits. After the Dragon Elephant army rushed to the rescue and the horse bandits retreated after hearing the news, Qingsong City could only collect the corpses and pile up almost empty coffins. When Qin Shiliang saw Su Fengnian, there was some guilt on his face. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Su Fengnian patted his shoulder and then sat down on the mouth of the well. Raising his head, he said with a smile, "Do you want to return to the prince's mansion and be an aide without any rank, or do you want to be the second in command in Liuzhou? It's up to you." Qin Shiliang casually squatted on the edge of the well. This was very different from the reserved etiquette he had in the past on Mount Qingliang. He said softly, "Although I'm still very afraid of personally seeing people die, I've always wanted to go to Mount Qingliang to talk about strategy on paper. Even if I can't be a rich and idle person there, at least I won't have to worry about anything. But now, I feel that if I just pat my butt and leave, I'll be a deserter." Back then, in Azure City, not a single one of the prince's White Horse Righteous Song retreated. The several thousand armored soldiers of Azure City did not retreat, and even the refugees in the city did not retreat. "If I leave now, it won't be right?" Su Fengnian asked. "Then you agree to be Liuzhou's aide?" Provincial Governor Yang also has the same intention. He values you very much. With the two of you as partners in Liuzhou, I'll be at ease. Qin Shiliang shook his head and said, "Aide is the most important aide of a province. If it was Lingzhou, where Beiliang's backyard is far away from the battlefield, I'm confident that I can still manage it. But Liuzhou's current appointment system is inclined towards people who can be both civil and martial. I think I'll pass. I'll focus on being the governor of Azure City first. In any case, as long as I think of something, I'll tell the provincial governor frankly. I don't need an aide." Su Fengnian did not make things difficult for him. He nodded and said, "As you wish. In any case, when the time comes and you feel that you want to be a high-ranking official, you can go to Yang Guang and ask for his official hat. You don't need to inform Mount Qingliang." Azure officer Wei Qing stood nearby. When he heard this conversation, his heart was in turmoil. Where in the world could he find such an easygoing vassal king? How could he casually choose his official hat? It could be seen that the rumors about the king of Beiliang wanting to deal with Qin Shiliang were all nonsense. Wei Qing had long heard of the two popular figures of Mount Qingliang, Su Beiji and Qin Shiliang. Within Beiliang, Su Beiji's achievements and ability far surpassed Qin Shiliang's. His governance of Lingzhou was both firm and soft. It was said that he was about to overpower the head of the civil officials, the administrator, Li Gongda. However, Wei Qing still thought more highly of Qin Shiliang. There was no reason to speak of. Just based on this scholar, he was able to defend Azure City to the death. Moreover, he really managed to defend it. Qin Shiliang suddenly said, "Has your highness been to the cenotaph?" Su Fengnian said, "I just entered the city last night. I wanted to go with you to offer wine." Chapter 1187. Qin Shiliang nodded and stood up. He waved his hand and called the head of the workshop to come over and whispered the relevant matters to him. At this time, a tall and strong young man walked out of the group of odd job workers and walked towards them. Soon, he was stopped by two white horse riders. The cold sword in his hand was half an inch away from the scabbard, and his killing intent was very strong. Su Fingnian glanced at the youth and realized that he was actually an acquaintance of his. Back then, he had entered the land of the refugees by himself and encountered a lot of twists and turns outside the village outside of Azure Sky City. The refugees were so greedy that they forgot about their lives and wanted to rob horses and carry swords to make a fortune. This youth who was proficient in spear techniques was one of them. He had the unique aura of a refugee. If Su Fingnian remembered correctly, this youth had a little sister who was as thin as a matchstick. It was because of her that Su Fingnian didn't kill them and even gave the siblings a bag of broken silver. Su Fingnian said, "Let him come over." The young man, who was hot-blooded and wanted to go forward, was already very scared when he met the white horse riders. He had always remembered the superb martial arts of the handsome ranger. He was grateful that the ranger did not kill him and gave him the silver. Now that the silver had been pierced by the young man, he put it on a rope and hung it around his sister's neck. His sister liked it very much. When the young man learned that this person was the prince who controlled the life and death of all the refugees, he did not think too much. He was afraid that he would never see him again, so he wanted to thank him personally. The young man was embarrassed and uneasy, his footsteps were a bit erratic. When he finally walked 5 or 6 steps away from the young prince, his mind was blank. He did not know what to say. His face was red, and he did not even know where to put his hands. Su Fingnian softly smiled and said, "What is your name? I remember that you have a younger sister who is braver than you." The young man finally came back to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, replying to the prince, "This one is called Lu Su. My sister is called Lu Yu." Su Fingnian joked, "You even know how to report back." The young man secretly pinched his waist, and his mind finally cleared up a little. He smiled shyly and said, "I learned it from the workers. When they talk to the city overseer, they all say the same thing." Chen Shiliang smiled and explained to Su Fingnian, "Lu Yu wanted to go to the border and join the army. I saw that he was too young, so I didn't agree. However, this youth is quite strong, so I allowed him to do some work for the yamen and earn some money to make ends meet. His hands and feet are nimble, and he is also smart. He can already recognize more than 100 words. Every day, when he is free, he will use a branch to write on the ground." In fact, this youth and his sister originally only had surnames and no names. They were just casual nicknames. Lu Yu and Lu Yu were actually given by him. Su Fingnian looked at the youth and asked with a smile, "You went to the border to join the army. If you die, what will happen to your sister? Why didn't you join the Lingzhou army? At least you don't have to fight on the battlefield." The youth replied with a serious face, "The official in charge of recording said that we get a lot of money from the border army and we get money quickly. As long as we go, not only will we get a large amount of money, we will also get a piece of land in Lingzhou. Then again, didn't they say that one of our Bailiang soldiers could fight 3 or 4 of their northern barbarians? I might not die if I go to the border. If I can use my spear to kill a few northern barbarians and become a sergeant or something, then my sister won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. She might even have her dowry." The youth seemed to have remembered something and quickly said, "Reporting to your highness." Su Fingnian laughed loudly. After thinking about it, he said, "All right, I will allow you to join the army in Yuzhou. Your spear techniques are not bad, I have experienced it before. Once you learn how to ride a horse, I will have Huangfu promote you to be a sergeant. I will help you and your sister find a good family in Lingzhou to live in." The youth bargained, "Your Highness, my sister still has to be surnamed Lu, is that all right?" Su Fingnian nodded and then joked, "Why don't you change your surname to Su? How about it? I can promote you to a sergeant right now." The eyes of the Azure Sky Academy's Wei Qingqing and his entourage turned green. What the F***ck, this was a huge meat pie that had fallen from the heavens. Although it wasn't as popular as it was during the spring and autumn period, to be bestowed a surname by an emperor or a vassal was still a great honor for these heroes. Great General Su Shao had been in the military for over 40 years, and the number of times he had been bestowed surnames could be counted on one hand. Spear Immortal Junior brother Su Yanbing was one of them. However, he did not expect that the youth would be stunned for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "I haven't killed the northern barbarians yet. How can I be a sergeant? Also, if my parents knew that my sister and I changed our surnames, they would beat me to death in my dreams." Wei Qingqing almost wanted to hang this brat up and beat him up. If your parents knew that you rejected the king of Bailiang's good intentions, they would really beat you to death in your dreams. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "That's fine. Anyway, after you go to Yuzhou, go find a general called Huangfu Shi and tell him that I told you to join the army." The youth timidly asked, "Aren't we going to Liangzhou? I heard that the soldiers there get better pay and the land they get is better." Su Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Liangzhou is about to start a war. Your spear techniques are not bad, but you haven't familiarized yourself with battle formations. No matter how good your skills are, you won't be able to fight against the northern barbarians' charge." The youth seemed to understand and made an "oh" sound. Those villagers who had heard that the king of Bailiang was coming personally returned. They watched with great interest as this extremely daring child spoke in front of the prince. They were somewhat envious. How much luck did this kid have in his previous life to be able to speak with the prince? How high was the prince's official position? In any case, they all knew that the entire Bailiang was his property. Of course, this prince was not old at all. After that, Su Fengnian and Qin Shiliang went to the graves 10 li south of Qingsang City. The cenotaphs of the White Horse righteous Song who had died in battle were located in the oasis. Su Fengnian's disciple, Yu Dilong, and several of his retainers all carried a large bag of green ant wine. Su Fengnian and Qin Shiliang went to the graves one by one to offer wine. Qin Shiliang's expression was solemn. Every time he saw a cenotaph, he would tell Su Fengnian when and where the White Horse righteous Song had died in the cenotaph. After the ceremony, Su Fengnian felt that something was missing. Suddenly, a rider came to report that 2 strangers had broken into this place. They said that they wanted to use water instead of wine to offer a sacrifice to the heroic spirit. Su Fengnian led his horse forward and saw Song Dongming, who had arrived half a day later than him in Qingsang City. This man, one of the hidden figures of Liyang, saw Su Fengnian's entourage, especially Wei Qingshi's bright armor. How could Song Dongming not guess this young man's background? He bowed slightly, raised his head, and said with a smile, "The prince does not treat people with sincerity." Su Fengnian smiled and did not deny it. He said apologetically, "I hope Sir Song will forgive me." Song Dongming glanced at the young scholar beside Su Fengnian and withdrew his gaze. He said straightforwardly, "The prince does not seem to be a wise lord worthy of the people's loyalty." Without another word, Wei Qingshi pulled out his Bailiang sword and wanted to cut off the head of this bastard who spoke without thinking. Su Fengnian raised his hand and stopped the hot-tempered Qingsang commandant behind him. He asked with a smile, "What do you mean by that?" Song Dongming was not afraid at all. He calmly said, "There are more than 1,000 poems in the frontier fortress of Liang. Among them, half of the line, 'Why should I die in battle?' is the best. In my opinion, this is just a line of nonsense that a scholar can talk without feeling any pain. Therefore, Song Dongming has a question for the king of Bailiang." Su Fengnian said calmly, "Please ask." Song Dongming looked around and sneered, "Dare I ask, in the attack and defense of Qingsang City, no less than 3,000 soldiers of Bailiang died. Why is it that only the White Horse of the king of Bailiang has a cenotaph and occupies this oasis?" Su Fengnian was silent. Qin Shiliang's eyes suddenly lit up. Song Dongming continued with a mocking tone, the butcher Su Xiao has 10,000 snow dragon cavalry. The second son Su Longxiang has 30,000 Long Xiang army. The protector of Beiliang, Chu Lushan, has a personal army. Yuan Suozong and Yan Wenluan also have personal armies. These soldiers are naturally brave and unrivaled. They are also willing to fight for Beiliang. But then what? Beiliang invades the south with only 70 to 80,000 people. You can even say that with only 300,000 Beiliang soldiers, you can win. Or perhaps, King of Beiliang, you think that this is a situation of certain death. As long as you have the heart to die, you have a clear conscience of Beiliang. Su Fengnian was still not angry. He asked back, what does Mr. Song want to teach me? Song Dongming asked, since Beiliang is destined to face the million cavalry of Beimang alone, let's not talk about victory or defeat. We must make sure that everyone dies a worthy death. Does the king of Beiliang agree? Su Fengnian nodded. Of course. Song Dongming said in a clear voice, then I asked the king of Beiliang to find a place within our borders to make it a hero's grave. Erect 300,000 tombstones. Song Dongming then stared at Su Fengnian. He squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. One person dies. One name is recorded. Su Fengnian said, good, the back of Mount Qingliang can be used as a grave. Song Dongming asked again, among the 300,000, is there a tombstone for you, Su Fengnian? Su Fengnian said without hesitation, yes, there is. First, write down the name Su Fengnian of Beiliang, just like all the other Beiliang soldiers. Now, just record the time and place of birth. After death, add the time and place of death. Song Dongming looked into Su Fengnian's eyes. After a long time, he bowed solemnly and said in a low voice, Song Dongming is willing to be a subject of Beiliang. I am willing to give advice to the king of Beiliang. Su Fengnian smiled. Good. When Song Dongming straightened his back and raised his head, Su Fengnian walked to the side of this dear Song disciple. The two stood side by side. Su Fengnian lowered his voice and said softly, I know that deep down in your heart, you don't want to be an official, but so what? Song Dongming also said softly, the king of Beiliang is wrong. To be an official in Beiliang is to be an official in the mortal world, not an official in the heavens. Su Fengnian was non-committal. Is it enough to be the temporary deputy commissioner of Beiliang's Taoist secretariat, overseeing Mount Qingliang? Song Dongming nodded. It's enough. In the autumn of the first year of Xiangfu, Song Dongming of the Deer Song clan became an official in Beiliang. Chapter 1188. They were not in a hurry to return to Qingsang City. Su Fengnian, Song Dongming, and Chen Shiliang sat by a stream. Su Fengnian did not hide anything from the newly appointed deputy administrator. He told him a lot of Beiliang's plans. For example, Wang Lingbao led the troops to the Phoenix Regiment to kill the capricious Malyoka in order to clear a path for Chao Wei's 10,000 light cavalry. It could even be said that the temporary expansion of the Longxiang army before the war was also to ambush these 10,000 cavalry. The main force of the Phoenix Regiment was a secret deal between Beiliang and the Six Pearl Bodhisattva of Mount Lantua. After listening, Song Dongming did not talk about the details. Instead, he picked up some stones and placed them on the ground. He muttered to himself, currently, there are 3 battlefields. Chu Lushan is in charge of the main battlefront north of Liangzhou. The pass, military town, and Wubao Relay Road are all perfect. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are impregnable. To the north of Yuzhou, Beiliang has a natural advantage. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is unlikely that Beiliang will attack Yuzhou in the early stages. However, Liuzhou is vast and has very few ups and downs. The terrain is like a flat plain, which is good for cavalry. We don't have any big cities or towns to rely on. Bailiang has the advantage in terms of overall military strength. They don't need to use schemes to mobilize their troops. If they choose this route to go south, they will bypass Yuliang and Liangzhou. The only thing they need to guard against is that their supply line will be cut off by the Su family's cavalry stationed in the northwest of Liangzhou. This will test the sneak attack and counterattack skills of both sides. Su Fengnian glanced at Chen Shiliang. The latter slowly said, if Bailiang wants to successfully go south into Shu, regardless of whether Bailiang set up Liuzhou as a refugee land, they will try to open a gap here. Otherwise, even if they have 1,000,000 troops, they will not be able to afford to attack the defense line in the north of Yuliang. After all, our Bailiang army, whether cavalry or infantry, are very good at fighting. Moreover, the cavalry can defend the city if they dismount, but they can also take the initiative to attack if they mount. This is the real headache for Baimang. General has long built large granaries and arsenals in the most important cities and fortresses on the front lines to prepare for a long war. Chen Shiliang paused and smiled, but in fact, our Bailiang army has never thought that only defending the city is the best strategy. This point has been passed down from General Li Shan to Yan Wenluan, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zuozong, and all the other young generals. They have all come to a clear consensus. Therefore, Bailiang has been practicing martial arts for many years and has always strived for both offense and defense. Baimang chose to start the war now because of the general's death. In addition, Bailiang has to send a portion of its forces to the plains of Liuzhou in order to absorb the refugees. First, Baimang's Western Front faction finally feels that there is an opportunity. Second, they can't afford to drag it out. If the Liang Imperial Court evolves the power of the Central Plains into fighting forces at the front lines, the power of the two countries will only grow stronger and weaker. Baimang will have even less of a chance to fight. It can be said that choosing Liuzhou as the location of the war is the entry point that Baimang thinks it can benefit from. It is also a very proactive choice by Bailiang. This is not because Bailiang is arrogant, but because they are confident. Especially confident that our cavalry will fight at their doorstep. Song Dongming smiled knowingly and nodded. Bailiang's military is actually like a well-cultivated field, waiting for the harvest. As the deputy administrator who has not yet received his official robe, I will not add feet to a snake. Compared to Bailiang, Baimang can be said to be a big family with a lot of resources. However, it is inevitable that there will be storms in a house with many branches. I heard that Empress Murong, in order to not have to worry about the future, wants to start a massacre of the Yelu family, the old masters of the grasslands. Many of the masters of the grasslands who are not willing to go down south to attack Bailiang have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Why don't we add oil to the fire and randomly choose one of the Yelu descendants to spread the news that Bailiang is willing to recognize him as the ruler of Baimang and not the usurping Empress Murong? This kind of thing will definitely not be able to hurt Baimang, but it will be able to annoy them a little. In the end, it is a good thing. Song Dongming stopped here and smiled. Bailiang most likely has a backup plan for this, right? Su Fengnian smiled and nodded. Song Dongming continued, as for the specific war plans, Song Dongming will not interrupt. Bailiang is an expert in war, and they have many generals who are familiar with military matters. When professionals do things, I, as an outsider, will just watch the show. However, although Baimang's 1,000,000-strong army seems aggressive, the ones who can really fight with their lives on the line are Dongzhuo's nearly 100,000 soldiers, Hong Jingyan's Ruran cavalry, Yang Yuanzan, Lu Gui, and a few other veteran generals. However, most of them are not elite soldiers. When the time comes, under the premise that we do not affect the overall situation, we will be able to wipe out one of Baimang's mediocre but sufficient soldiers in one go. Baimang is not a monolithic entity to begin with. Otherwise, the masters of the grasslands in Biding would not have withdrawn at this time. They have always disagreed on whether to attack Beiliang on the western front or Gu Jiantang on the eastern front. If we cut them slowly, there might be a pleasant surprise. Of course, this is just a casual suggestion from Song Dongming. Su Fengnian, who had been silent this entire time, finally spoke. This has always been a small link in Chu Lushan's interconnected plans. Song Dongming happily laughed. Just a small link, haha, I finally know why everyone is so afraid of that infamous Lu Qiuer. It's no wonder that the great king of the southern courtyard, Dongzhuo, suffered a great loss at the hands of our protector general. Song Dongming narrowed his eyes and threw a stone into the stream, causing a ripple. On the imperial court side, there are some things that I can do. Regarding the grain, salt, and iron, I have a plan that can make the imperial court completely relent. Su Fengnian smiled. Oh. The imperial court has always wanted to make oxen pull carriages while not letting oxen eat grass. They're extremely stingy. Even now, the half of the grain that they've relented with great difficulty still hasn't been shipped to Beiliang's Lingzhou docks. If West Chu hadn't given them a warning at the start of the restoration of the country, this batch of grain probably wouldn't have left Xiangfan City for 100 years. Song Dongming said calmly, it's very simple. We of Beiliang sent a letter to the capital and asked to send 10,000 soldiers to quell the problem. The kings of the border have the responsibility to guard the border and also quell the problem for the country. It's perfectly justifiable. The imperial court has suffered 2 major defeats in a row. Yang Xinqing's Jinan infantry have been caught like turtles in a jar. Yan Jinchuan has sacrificed his life for the country and all his soldiers have died in battle. Isn't this telling the imperial court that West Chu is difficult to deal with? We of Beiliang have always been good at gnawing at hard bones. The other kings of Beiliang can't do anything. If 10,000 isn't enough, how about 30,000? Chen Shiliang smiled slightly. It looks like the Ministry of War of Great Peace City is going to be a mess. Earlier, it was Su Fengnian who had asked Song Dongming if a secondary second-rank official's hat was enough. Now, Song Dongming's mocking, "Is it enough?" was really returning the favor. Su Fengnian smiled. The imperial court will hate you to death. I have to let experts protect you, the deputy administrator. Otherwise, Zhao Gou's death soldiers will definitely come to take your head. Song Dongming did not smile at all. His eyes were firm as he said softly, if the Zhao family doesn't even have this much courage, how can they rule the world? Do they really think that Beiliang will exchange the death of 300,000 soldiers for their peace? It's true that all the land under the heavens belongs to the king. But since Beiliang is also the Liyang territory, are the millions of Beiliang not citizens of the Zhao family? There's no such absurd logic in the world. Chen Shiliang sighed. He was convinced by this. For some reason, compared to Su Beiji who betrayed Beimang, Chen Shiliang felt closer to Song Dongming. Chapter 1189. At this moment, a person fell into the stream. On the shore, Yudilong shook his wrist, his face full of disdain. Seeing his master turn his head, Yudilong explained loudly, "Master, don't blame me. This kid asked me to hit him. He just said that he could knock me down with one finger even if he stood still. He also said that there were only a few masters in Beiliang. He said that he was a third-level master and that he hadn't met a single master since he came to Beiliang." Yudilong glanced at the drenched chicken in the stream and said disdainfully, "What third-level master? He made me use half of my strength to throw that punch. If I had known that he was so weak, I would have been merciful." Wei Qing secretly gave the child a thumbs up. Yudilong responded with a silly smile. Song Dongming ignored the aggrieved and shocked page boy and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, I heard that you took in 3 disciples. Which one is it?" Su Fengnian said somewhat helplessly, "The youngest one is the eldest disciple. He's the most worrisome. That's why I brought him with me. Otherwise, in the future, Jianghu will have another big devil who does things without scruples. A rider from the Longxiang army galloped over. After dismounting, he said, "Reporting to Your Highness, General Su and his 90 men have arrived at the Killing Dragon Hill 10 miles away." Su Fengnian stood up and said with a smile, "Chen Shiliang, you accompany Mr. Song back to Qingsang City first. I'll go see my brother." Chen Shiliang asked, "What about these White Horse righteous followers?" Su Fengnian said with a smile, "Do you think it's the two of you who need protection, or me?" Chen Shiliang smiled slightly and said no more. One of the White Horse righteous followers hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and said, "Your Highness." Su Fengnian was somewhat puzzled, but he calmly said, "If you have something to say, just say it." The White Horse took a deep breath. There was still a childishness on his young face that had not been completely blown away by the wind and sand of the frontier fortress. He lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, "Qi Huayan is the one who died in the children's alley in Qingsang City. At that time, I was seriously injured and was sitting against the wall waiting for death. It was he who blocked a dozen machetes from the horse gang for me. He didn't leave any words before he died. But I feel that I should help him tell the prince that he, Qi Huayan, does not regret joining the White Horse militia." His eyes were clear as he smiled and asked, "Your Highness, when will the war begin?" "I want to join the vanguard battalion." Su Fengnian retorted, "Qi Huayan died in battle. If you, Ding Xian, also died, how many people would remember him?" The White Horse righteous follower whose name was called bit his lips and smiled brightly. "In the future, I will be buried with many generals at the back of Mount Qingliang. I'm not afraid that people will forget." Ding Xian scratched his head and said, "I'm not afraid to be laughed at by the prince. Because of Qi Huayan, I was saved from the pile of corpses in Qingsang City. Even now, I'm still very afraid of death. It's just that Ding Xian's whole family followed the general to Beiliang and has already treated this place as their home. My grandfather said that even if he were to die, he would die in Beiliang. This is the root of our Ding family. My eldest brother is also an official, and my younger brothers are all studying. I only need to go to the border and kill northern barbarians. If I kill one, it'll be a profit." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's not your turn to fight for a position in the vanguard battalion. Just be a White Horse righteous follower. When the time comes that you really need to go to battle, not to mention other things, our graves can still be neighbors." Ding Xian opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. The next moment, the young vassal lord's figure flashed and disappeared. Everyone only felt a cool breeze on their faces. Even the page boy who just walked out of the stream widened his eyes. No wonder he was the most powerful person in the world who made the old monster Wang of the martial emperor city unable to return. Song Dongming suddenly remembered something. When they met earlier, the king of Beiliang changed his name to Su Qi. The word strange. It was not a good word to use in a name. People with strange fate were always described in history books as those who died young and never reached the top. For example, Yi Baikue of the spring and autumn period, not only did he not help Chu to conquer the world, but he also died for his country. Another example was Luo Gongming, who was recognized as the most powerful person in the Defeng dynasty 400 years ago but did not become a general until his death. He was also said to have a strange fate. Chen Shiliang said softly, 300,000 tablets, I'm afraid it will stretch for dozens of miles from the back mountain of the prince's mansion. It's a huge project, and the war is imminent. Mr. Song, won't we be suspected of running our legs while the civil officials only move their mouths? Song Dongming said calmly, don't worry, we won't need to use any of the prince's mansion's money, and it won't affect the soldiers' pay at the border. There will be countless families whose children are fighting at the border who will contribute money and effort. If anyone dares to escape, I, as the newly appointed deputy administrator, will burn the first fire on their heads. I want them to know that this war is not just the Su family's matter, but the entire Beiliang's matter. Qin Shiliang moved his lips. Song Dongming looked at the young scholar who was reserved and smiled softly. Shiliang, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Qin Shiliang shook his head. Song Dongming sighed. If we don't do this, we won't be able to defend Beiliang. In the end, the people will be the ones suffering. How can the suffering of one tablet be compared to the destruction of the family in the future? Huang Longsher is full of nonsense, but there is one sentence that is thought-provoking. Qin Shiliang asked, is it about establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establishing peace for all ages? Song Dongming smiled and shook his head. Qin Shiliang continued to ask, an ordinary man's will cannot be taken away. Song Dongming still shook his head and said softly, since ancient times, kings have been the most foolish, but the people have the most clear conscience. Qin Shiliang was in high spirits and nodded, I've learned something. The killing Wirm mound was a small, slightly towering hill. According to history, Luo Gongming, the general of the Great Feng dynasty, once shot a dragon here. At the bottom of the hill, more than 90 cavalrymen got off their horses to rest. Everyone was wearing armor that couldn't hide the bright red marks. They were originally the pitch-black armor of the Long Xiang army, soaked in the blood of the horse gang who didn't have time to wipe it off. Su Longxiang, who was now respectfully called Little Prince by the Beiliang people, stood alone at the top of the hill, looking to the north. Ever since he led the Dragon Elephant Cavalry and crushed the 3 military towns of the Gentleman's Hall, Beiliang people said that the general's second son had been enlightened and that he had been possessed by a deity since he was a child. That was why he was born with the strength of a dragon and elephant. Even when Su Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness, was the general of Lingzhou, a clamor arose. Everyone said that only when Su Longxiang was the king of Beiliang could Beiliang be stable. This time, Su Longxiang led the troops into Liuzhou. First, he killed the 10,000 horse gang hiding Beimang elites. Then, he called the 90 or so officers under his command to his side. He didn't say anything, just led them 1 man, 2 horses, 1 saber and 1 crossbow to kill people everywhere. They fought more than 20 battles, big and small, and killed more than 1,400 enemies. They didn't lose a single person on their side. These commandants with real power were so impressed that they prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped this much younger commander-in-chief like a god. Unfortunately, during this hunting trip, they didn't see the little prince's black tiger, nor did they see the little prince's bright red talisman armor. Moreover, Su Longxiang was taciturn with everyone. Until now, no one had the opportunity to say anything extra. Su Longxiang stood on the killing flood Dragon Hill, his back to his subordinates. No one below the hill knew what this young commander was thinking. Suddenly, almost everyone raised their heads at the same time, seeing a figure rush up the hill without any warning. Everyone subconsciously wanted to draw their sabers, but when they saw the person's face, they felt relieved. It was the king of Beiliang. That was their commander's older brother. Su Fengnian arrived at Su Longxiang's side, one hand gently pressing down on the youth's head. The 2 brothers looked toward the north together. Chapter 1190. The streets of Graydon City were empty. The emperor of the Zhao family and Empress Zhao Ji waited outside the city. They brought all the yellow doors of the Hanlin Academy just to wait for one person. The chief officials of the 6 ministries had all taken the initiative to slack off and gathered outside the city. Even the Minister of War, Liu Baijie, had pulled himself out of his busy schedule, not to mention the Minister of Appointments, Yuan Gua, who was an idle person. The head of the 6 ministries, Zhao Yuling of the Ministry of Appointments, and Wang Xiongui of the Ministry of Revenue, who had come from the same school but had parted ways with him, each had a large group of subordinate officials behind them. There were also Yan Jieshi, a relative of the imperial family, many of the grand secretaries of the palace, and many of the elders and nobles who did not need to participate in court meetings when they were old, and their descendants. It could be said that only the Prime Minister In Mao Chen, who was responsible for the local officials outside the capital, was missing. However, only those who were attentive would discover that this unprecedentedly grand open-air banquet was lacking in two important figures. The Grand Secretary, Zhang Julu, and the Tantanon, Huan Wen, who held the power of the province. However, there were too many high-ranking officials, nobles, and peddlers gathered outside Graydon City. The absence of these two important officials did not affect the extraordinary clamor of the capital today. When the Song family's first teacher were the rulers of the literary world, who was it that made the father and son be refused the door when they visited on a snowy night? Who was it that the proud teacher of Su Weisheng had quarreled with and lost the position of Great Chancellor of the Shangyin Academy? Who was it that had the right to make the Confucian family led by Yao Baifeng use the power of their entire family to fight against him? Who was it that made the Emperor of Dechu think, if the public does not come out of the mountains, what will they do for the common people? At the end of the spring and autumn period, who was it that walked out alone in the face of the pressure of the Su family's 10,000 cavalry and made the butcher take a detour with just a few words? This was the important figure who was recognized by the entire court as the most knowledgeable person in the world. He was the current Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy, Qi Yanglong. 50 miles away from Great Peace City, there was a group of strange travelers on a slightly remote official road. The oldest one had a head of sparse white hair. He was short and travel-worn, and carried an old bamboo bookcase. A man in his 30s was carrying a green-robed girl on his back. The three of them met on their way north to Great Peace City. That old man who was still learning from the young people was embarrassed and refused to leave, so he stayed with them to eat and drink. The little girl in green did not like this disrespectful old man. He was crazy and always liked to say things that she did not understand. If this was not showing off his knowledge, then what was it? Especially when the old man talked about Bailiang, he was particularly long-winded. Green-robed girl hated the vassal king who made her unable to see her second grandfather. She was even more unwilling to pay attention to the old man whom she had given the nickname Short Winter Melon. Moreover, the old man liked to be unable to move his eyes away from beautiful women. The little girl complained to her Xiao Yu several times, but he always smiled and did not agree. At this time, on the official road, there was a group of children of aristocratic families galloping by. The old man's gaze finally moved away from the body of a rich girl riding a horse, and he began to mutter again, "Ai, the girls today are becoming more and more beautiful. Compared to the previous 50 or 60 years, they are much more beautiful." After leaving Martial Emperor City, Grumyu, who was traveling north, laughed softly and asked, "Old sir, is there such a thing?" The old man carefully stroked his withering snow-white hair. He felt sorry for his old brothers who had fallen off their heads along the way. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Yes, the world is good, so women can be good. The older I am, the more I envy you young people. Young man, when you are older, you will feel the same." The eldest disciple of Wang Xianji, who had been called young man, laughed it off. Grumyu was not someone who liked to exchange pleasantries with others, so he did not speak. When the old man opened his mouth to speak, he was like a flood that could not be stopped at all. He said to himself, "The world flows like water, but after the spring and autumn war, there was a great turning point and the flow changed. In the future, it will only get better and better. What is the reason? I can't explain it for 3 days and 3 nights. Ha, but I just know it." Lying lazily on Grumyu's back, Green Robe twisted her mouth and said, "Even if you like to say it, do you think I like to hear it?" The old man smiled and said, "Little girl, do you know what it means to like someone?" Green Robe turned her head, and decided not to look at this worrisome old man. The old man answered his own question. "That is, before you see the other person, you do not know what they are. After you miss them, you do not know what they are." Grumyu, whose cultivation was deep and bottomless, seemed to be touched and frowned. The old man jumped up and down, probably hoping to see the walls of Great Peace City. Carrying the heavy box on his back, he made this comical movement. Green Robert, who was secretly peeking at him, laughed. The old man made a face at the little girl, causing Green Robert to roll her eyes. She put her little head on Groomyu's warm shoulder and asked, "Grandpa Shortmelon, then do you have someone you like?" The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "No. When I was young, there were many women who liked me." Green Robert used her finger to scratch her face, mocking this old man for being shameless. Groomyu walked to the intersection of the official road and said with a smile, "Old sir, we still have to continue north. I hope we can meet again one day." The old man waved his hand and said with a carefree smile, "After today, it will be difficult to meet again. I am an old man who has been buried up to my neck." "Little girl Green Robert, I don't know your name, you have to grow up to be slender and elegant." Green Robert made a sound of acknowledgement. Groomyu carried the little girl and continued to walk towards Tu Liao while the old man walked towards Great Peace City. He had lived for too many years and hid too many words. The old man could not find anyone to talk to and could only talk to himself for many years. "Old Hong, you took in a basket of disciples and students, but only Zhang Julu and Huanwen came out of it. It seems you didn't catch many big fish even when you cast your net. Look at me, Sun Ping, Xia Feiyu, Yuan Benshi, just these 3 nameless students. Old Hong, don't blame me for bullying the weak on this trip to Jing. But if you have the ability to climb out of your coffin and scold me, then you have the ability." As he walked, the old man could finally raise his head and see the grand outline of Great Peace City. The old man shook his box and started to hum a song. "I came from the mountains, carrying an old box. I am going to the busy city, where is my home?" Chapter 1191. Tantanon carried a jug of fine wine as he walked down the deserted street. On both sides of the street were the most prestigious mansions in the capital. However, at this time, they were all outside the city to welcome the old man who was even older than himself. Every door was tightly shut, which saved him a lot of time for this visit. He stopped outside a mansion and raised his head to look at the golden inscribed board written by the emperor. The plainly dressed, prime minister, gatekeeper saw this unexpected guest and was somewhat stunned. However, before this year, Tantanon came and went simply, so he didn't make a big fuss. If the time came, he would be caught by the left servant Shi. He could only respectfully go forward and greet him. Huanwen smiled and nodded. He casually said a few words, "Old Ma, is your youngest daughter married or not? If she isn't, do you want me to help you kidnap a young man?" This made the old gatekeeper, surnamed Ma, very happy. Huanwen was even more familiar with this mansion than his own. He didn't need anyone to lead the way. He walked straight to the Grand Secretary's study and didn't knock on the door. He stepped over the threshold. Zhang Julu, who was habitually standing and reading a book, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and didn't say anything. Huanwen placed the jug of fine wine he had stolen from the Ministry of Rites on the table. He sat on the only chair in the room and said, "It really is the noise of cicadas that surpasses the silence of the forest." The 2 old men were best friends. In Tantanon's words, "When you raise your butt, I know what shit you're about to shit." Zhang Julu quickly understood and said calmly, "This is not the noise of cicadas." Qi Yanglong entered the capital on the great path of the sun. It is more like a dragon entering the sea. Huanwen gave a cold snort and casually picked up a few documents on the table. His heart immediately sank. You really want to make a big move on the water transport that the northern nobles single-handedly control and the salt policy that the new nobles in the capital see as their lifeblood. In addition, a few days ago, you proposed in court that the left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of War patrol the border on a regular basis. Well, the 2 main camps of scholars in the court, the local generals headed by Gu Jiantang, and your removal of the feudal vassals. These 4 huge monsters, not one is left out. Do you think you have too few enemies? Zhang Julu didn't raise his head. You count as one less. I still have to deal with the abuses of the officials. After the world's poor soldiers advance, it can't be done once and for all. Rules still have to be followed. Huan Wen muttered, crazy, crazy. Zhang Julu put away the book in his hand and meticulously placed it back in its original position on the bookcase. The tall Grand Secretary of the current dynasty stood in the shadows and slowly said, Our Liang is not the Dechu that once controlled the left side of the Yangtze River. Regardless of when the remnants of West Chu will be extinguished, the imperial court will continuously transport grain and supplies from the rich and populous lands in the southeast to the capital. This is a national plan that requires 100 years of operation. Furthermore, the war at the border is imminent and has become an urgent matter. Back then, when I proposed the matter of transporting grain by sea, reality proved that it was not feasible. The risk was too great. Even now, we still don't know whether the disappearance of the fleet in the last year of Yonghui was due to a disaster at sea or if they were kidnapped. This canal has the malicious saying of scraping off all the richness of the southeast, but it also shows its importance to the imperial court. Back then, the plan I set was indeed to use the southeast's taxes to support the northern Liao soldiers and at the same time to force West Chu to rebel. Even so, along the canal every year, the common people stirred up riots over the river water. Therefore, I deliberately did not suppress it. However, in the past few years, the northern nobles who came from the land where the dragon rose to power held the lifeline of the country in their hands and profited without realizing it. They became more and more rampant in their actions. In the 6th year of Yonghui, there were still 9 million dan of grain entering the capital. Where did it go? Even if the grassland bandits were allowed to swagger away with the grain, how much could they take away? In order to appease the so-called founding heroes, the imperial court did not hesitate to set up a second-rank official post for the transport of grain. The 8 chief officials under them, including the grain transport company and the distribution company, were all 5th rank and above officials. If they could peacefully distribute the money, then it would be fine. However, now that West Chu had reclaimed the country, they actually dared to use the so-called ancestral system to forcefully reject the order of the Minister of War, Liu Baijie, to deploy troops. If I don't touch the administration of the transport of grain, who will? When the time comes, will the northern soldiers have to go to war with the Baimang on an empty stomach? Will the soldiers who are going to die for the country eat grain to fill their stomachs and still have to look at other people's faces? Or even beg the transport officials who don't care about the Ministry of Revenue? Huan Wen sighed and shook the memorial in his hand. Then this salt administration. Who doesn't earn money? It was originally a fat piece of meat that was eaten by outsiders from the imperial court. Do you have to go to the tiger's den to pull teeth? Zhang Julu laughed coldly. Stagnant water stinks, living water is clear. The right to issue the salt seal has been in their hands for more than a decade and earned more money than their descendants can spend in 10 lifetimes. Is the imperial court's reward not generous enough? Great military service should be rewarded to the end. It's time to change the banker and make a lot of money. Huan Wen asked, You plan to give it to the Jiangnan aristocratic families who boast of their clean sleeves and carry the bright moon on their shoulders? Zhang Julu said with a nod, If they don't do this, how could they wholeheartedly work for the court? Otherwise, even if the court fought with West Chu for several dozen years, they would still be able to leisurely enjoy their several dozen years of romance. The rich families have always been like this. There are only 2 things that can make them lower their heads, an official's hat and a money bag. Huan Wen wanted to say something but hesitated. If it were in the past, he could pick out any matter and discuss it day and night with Bai Yan until they confirmed that there was no great harm to the people's livelihood. Then, they worked together to implement national policies, like slowly unblocking the meridians of the entire empire. Zhang Julu walked out of the shadows. In the twilight, the dim yellow afterglow shone on one side of the tall old man's face. Huan Wen sighed. Zhang Julu asked, I heard that you had a bad cough a while ago. Huanwen glared at him and said, "Who do you think will die faster between a minor illness and a person who doesn't know how to control himself?" Zhang Julu dismissed it with a laugh. Huanwen hesitated and was about to speak when Zhang Julu smiled and said, "That young man from Beiliang who is under your tutelage, I will give him an evaluation of too much ingenuity but not enough power, can be used, but can't be put to great use. That will guarantee him a few years of stability." Huanwen looked deeply at his old friend and then silently walked out of the study. Zhang Julu opened his mouth but did not speak in the end. He only looked at Huanwen's old figure and gently waved his hand. After Tan Tanwing left the Zhang mansion, where even now there were people who dared to throw letters at the door insulting the Grand Secretary Darren, he went straight to the Zhao family's Wang, to the Hanlin Academy where no one was on duty. Other than the odd job workers and petty officials, there was no one else. The old man smiled bitterly. Great Peace City thought that as long as that old dragon came out to save the people, what dear was there to be needed? Huanwen walked to a secluded room and had someone bring a key to open it. While there had not been any big or small yellow doors working here for many years, there were often people cleaning and it could be considered elegant and clean. In the past, he and Bai Yan had been in this room. He, Huanwen, had been high-spirited and looked down on everyone. After drinking, he dared to scold anyone. Was there anything in the world that he, Huanwen, could not teach? Bai Yan never drank and only listened. Every time Huanwen got drunk, she would have to carry him home. Huanwen rummaged through a book box in the corner, found a pair of chopsticks and placed them on the table. After Huanwen sat down, he used a chopstick to lightly tap against the porcelain cup. Ding ding ding. The old man choked and said, "The spring mountain is not old, it is still green." When one is old, there is no one to accompany them, only listening to ding ding ding. Ding ding ding. Chapter 1192. Not only were the two brothers of Beiliang, Su Fengnian and Su Longxiang present, there was also a deputy administrator that had never been set up before in the Liang dynasty. In the twilight, before the city was closed, there was a mighty group of horses entering Qingcang. The guards were actually from the Wei River camp. In Beiliang, only the relatives of the emperor, who were related to the Su family by marriage, would have this kind of special treatment. If it wasn't the Lu family in Qingzhou, then it would be the Lin family that produced the god of wealth. As expected, Lu Zhen, who was in charge of welcoming the guests, saw the tall figure of Wang Linquan. He was travel-worn. Originally, Lu Zhen was a bit nervous. After all, Wang Linquan was a pawn who carried the flag for the great general. He was a trusted aide among trusted aides. Now that he had become the new King Liang's father-in-law, he was an influential person of two dynasties. As a scholar, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of such a popular person. However, Wang Linquan was very easy to talk to. Although he didn't deliberately speak warmly, his eyes were sincere. This made Lu Zhen feel a bit better. Lu Zhen had heard before that the two people from Beiliang who were also from Qingzhou, the Lu family led by the great scholar Lu Dongjiang, was very hard to please. Wang Linquan, who was the richest man in Qingzhou, was very considerate. There had never been any rumors that the Lin family bullied others. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Lu Zhen believed most of it. Lu Zhen led Wang Linquan to a quiet courtyard in the north of the old Dragon King's residence. There were no strict guards along the way. Wang Linquan, who had sharp eyes, felt a bit of a knot in his heart. He felt that the provincial governor Yang Guangdou was too careless. However, he quickly felt relieved. In today's world, how many masters dared to show off their martial arts in front of the king of Beiliang? However, after Wang Linquan and Lu Zhen crossed the courtyard door, they saw the scene in front of them. They looked at each other in dismay. They saw the young king sitting on the stairs with his sleeves rolled up and washing his brother Su Longxiang's hair. The young commander of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry was squatting 2 steps down. He raised his butt and lowered his head towards the water basin. Lu Jin didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly took her leave. Su Fingnian held Su Longxiang's hair with one hand and used the other hand to apply local soap on his brother's hair. When he saw his father-in-law, he could only raise his elbow and gesture for Wang Linquan to sit beside him. Su Longxiang turned his head and grinned. This could be considered a greeting. Wang Linquan couldn't help but feel flattered. In Beiliang, the young prince didn't warm up to anyone. Even when he was with his second sister Su Weisheng, he rarely smiled. As Su Fingnian washed Su Longxiang's hair, he said casually, "I can only rest assured when I leave all the big and small businesses in Liuzhou to Uncle Wang. There will definitely be a lot of gossip. Some people will say that I appoint people by favoritism, that I only care about the Su family's money and ignore Beiliang's great achievements. Otherwise, even if I don't avoid family, why would I only use the Wang family and ignore the talented Lu family? Others may not be able to see the twists and turns in this matter, but your Uncle Wang must be well aware. Ever since the death of Lu Feiqi of the Pillar State, Lu Feiqi of the Lu family, Lu Dongjiang is temporarily unable to support the Lu family. Our master Lu, after his death, first sought an official position for the Lu family's children. After being rejected by his daughter, Lu Qingyan, he has now begun to compete with others for the position of the leader of Beiliang's literary scene. He hasn't been idle for a moment. I can't say anything and can only let him do as he pleases. As long as he doesn't cross the line, there will always be a place for the Lu family at the New Year's Eve dinner on Mount Qingliang." Wang Linquan sighed and didn't say anything else. Although the Su family and the Lu family were grasshoppers on the same rope, sharing honor and disgrace, it was difficult for an honest official to resolve family disputes. The Lu family didn't look far ahead, and Wang Linquan couldn't run to Lu family and criticize them in front of Lu Dongjiang. Moreover, the entire Lu family was filled with scholars, each more arrogant than the other. They would never take a merchant like him seriously. Because of their daughters, the Lu family and the Wang family were on equal footing in Beiliang. The Wang family didn't think much of it, but the Lu family, which had been officials for generations, was something they felt ashamed of. Su Fingnian helped his younger brother dry his hair. He raised his head to look at the uneasy Wang Linquan and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Uncle Wang? Don't you recognize me?" Wang Linquan smiled bitterly and said softly, "Wang Yi, my daughter Chu Dong has never understood the ways of the world. Now, she has run to the academy to cause trouble. It is really improper. Wang Yi, when it is time to scold and hit her, please don't be lenient." Su Fingnian joked, "I can't bear to do that. I don't know how other people get married, but the Su family has never had a rule of hiding a woman at home. Uncle Wang, you have seen my mother. Does Su Xiao dare?" Wang Linquan laughed brightly and said, "Wang Yi is joking. Wang Fei is a rare woman in the world. My daughter doesn't dare to be mentioned in the same breath as Wang Fei. The general respects Wang Fei, and that is because Wang Fei deserves it." Su Fingnian raised his sleeve to carelessly wipe his face and asked, "Uncle Wang, do you want to talk about Su Zhao's past? When he talks with me in Huangman, he always likes to talk about his heroic deeds. Every time I ask about those famous defeats, he always avoids talking about them." Chapter 1193. Wang Linquan nodded and was lost in thought for a moment. He was probably reminiscing about the past. Once he was immersed in it, he couldn't extricate himself. Most old people were like this. Reminiscing about the past was like flipping open a yellowed old book and reading old stories. Wang Linquan sat on the steps and looked at the empty courtyard. He began to talk about the bloody battles that almost caused the Su family's army to fall and never get back up again. The opponents that made Su Xiao suffer in the battlefield were no longer of interest, and most of the official history books were not written about. Among them, there were two generals from the old Liang dynasty who joined forces to set a trap for Su Xiao. Wang Linquan said that it was a close-quarters battle in the rain. Su Xiao was only a military officer at the time. He led 600 elite soldiers into the city. In the end, he was faced with 3,000 foot soldiers. In the end, only 46 people, including Su Xiao, managed to escape from the city. This was nothing. The two generals took the heads of the Su family's soldiers as rebels and reported it to the imperial court to receive military merit. The imperial court allowed it. Su Xiao led his private army to flatten the two vassal towns that nominally submitted to the Zhao family. When Su Xiao was at his poorest, he was no different from a vagrant bandit. The imperial court didn't pay him, so the local officials saw him as an enemy and could only rob. However, they did their best not to hurt people. After taking their belongings, they would secretly record their names. After Su Xiao's meteoric rise, the families whose belongings and provisions were robbed by the Su family soldiers all received a generous reward. Among them was the Qishui commandery's Lu family, which almost made it into the legend of the seductive minister. Back then, Su Xiao only robbed them of 200 taels worth of goods. To the Lu family, it didn't matter. If Su Xiao hadn't spoken, the Lu family would have been annihilated if they made it into the legend of the seductive minister. As Wang Linquan spoke, his eyes turned red. He smiled and said, "I remember when we decided to attack West Chu, there were many people in the army who disagreed with the imperial court's arrangement of troops. They all felt that if we were to attack West Chu, which was led by Yi Baikue, there was no way we could fight this battle. Our Su family army had fought for so many years. There was no reason for us to be at the forefront and die." At that time, there were a few old generals who had already been conferred titles who were the fiercest. At that time, people's hearts were wavering and the army's morale was unstable. Su Xiao talked to them once. "At that time, I was the general's personal guard and was guarding the camp. I remember it very clearly. The argument was very fierce. In any case, after that, most of these generals returned to Great Peace City. There weren't many left. Afterwards, Commander Chu, Commander Yuan, Yan Wenluan, and Wei Taizhan, who were still young and strong at the time, all received orders and became generals. It wasn't just the imperial court that didn't think highly of us. In reality, our own people didn't have much confidence either. Fortunately, Commander Chu and Commander Yuan took the lead in a few tough battles and won unbelievable victories. Over the years, Wang Linquan had seen a few old men who had left the Su family army in the vicinity of Qingzhou. In addition, there were many old soldiers of the Su family who had to leave the army because of injuries. I discovered something very interesting. Those who didn't contribute much but clearly received benefits didn't know how to be grateful. They liked to often speak ill of Beiliang in a strange manner. On the other hand, those old soldiers who had contributed much but remained nameless didn't ask for anything in return. After so many years, they had always spoken well of the general. Back then, their words carried little weight. No one was willing to listen to their long-winded chatter. Su Fengnian nodded. Right now, Beiliang's situation is similar. In truth, the reasoning isn't that complicated. Many people are essentially businessmen. Whatever they do, they pay attention to self-interest. Making friends, becoming officials, marrying their descendants, singing poems, and so on, they all have a ledger in their hearts that they clearly remember. However, these kinds of people are still in the minority. Su Fengnian smiled and said indifferently, because they have never contributed, they don't care. Wang Linquan sighed. I'm relieved that your highness thinks this way. After Su Fengnian helped Su Longxiang wash his hair and tie it up, he stood up and poured out the basin of water. Wang Linquan, the god of wealth, still had a pile of affairs on hand that he needed to decide, so he couldn't stay here any longer. Su Fengnian watched the old man's back as he left the courtyard. He thought to himself that it was time to pick an auspicious day to marry and take in a concubine. Otherwise, if this dragged on, the Wang and Lu families, who were still minding their own business, might end up quarreling with each other. In the end, he, the son-in-law, would still be in trouble. Wang Linquan was kind and benevolent, but it didn't mean that the entire Wang family behind him was simple and honest. Although the Lu family seemed to have caused a lot of trouble in Mount Qingliang, Beiliang had no choice but to rely on this in-law to deal with the scholars in the territory in the future. Su Fingnian stood at the top of the stairs with a wooden basin in his hands. He laughed at himself. They are all businessmen who haggle over every ounce. Su Longxiang stood beside his brother. The young man's mouth already had some stubble. He was still skinny, but he was also much taller. Su Fingnian was just about to talk to Huang Manor about the words that had been accumulated in his heart for many years when the blue and white falcon in the sky dashed down, bringing with it a concise secret letter. There were 2 pieces of news in the letter. Close to 100 Qi refinement warriors from the Guanyin sect of the South Sea had entered Lingzhou. 100 Wu family sword tomb cavalry suddenly appeared in the pugilistic world and headed straight for Beiliang. Chapter 1194. In the northwest frontier fortress, yellow sand stretched for thousands of miles and withered grass was everywhere. As far as the eye could see, it was a vast yellow. The group of men and women in white who were as graceful as white butterflies were particularly eye-catching. They entered Liangzhou along the border of Lingzhou and continued to draw an arc. They leisurely came to Beiliang's 4th province, Liuzhou. Not long after they crossed the border, there was a group of cavalry waiting for them. Nominally, they were escorting this group of immortals from the isolated island in the South Sea to Qingcang City, but in fact, they were monitoring. Lord Tantai Pingjing did not care about this, but some of the Qi cultivators in the sect were resentful. They felt that their good intentions were treated as ill intent, and that the young vassal king was too unappreciative. However, the reason why the lord did not need to pacify them was because the 600 cavalrymen in light armor were too valiant. Their leader was the famous deputy general of the Longxiang army, Li Mofan. He was a devil in the Beiliang army who killed people like flies. His horse fighting ability was recognized as second only to the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zuozong. In the wind and sand, Li Mofan rode in the front. In addition to the standard spear, knife, and crossbow of the Beiliang cavalry, there were 2 halberd pouches on both sides of the horse, containing no less than 20 short halberds. In addition, there were 2 long swords hanging on his left and right waist. At first glance, it was simply like an armory on horseback. Of course, Li Mofan was not an embroidered pillow. He was one of the top 3 archers in the Beiliang army. His swordsmanship, knife skills, and spear skills were all perfect. Su Shao relied on this person very much. He once joked that when Li Mofan married a woman, he would make him the deputy commander, and he could choose any cavalry or infantry army he wanted. The reason why he said this was because Li Mofan had a strange hobby that was not presentable. He was fond of men. The personal guards outside the tent had always been young and handsome soldiers. Su Shao had always turned a blind eye to this. It was really because Li Mofan was too brave and good at fighting. If he was placed in any army in Liang, he would be a pillar of strength who could bear the heavy responsibility of being the leader. When the water was too clear, there would be no fish. The Northern Liang army had paid a lot of hidden costs to be able to fight well. For example, they ostracized strategists from the aristocratic families. Chu Lushan, Li Mofan, and the like had pushed many people out of the Northern Liang army. The Dragon Elephant cavalry led by Li Mofan did not communicate with the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect. Both sides moved forward in silence, like a black and white snake slithering across a yellow satin surface. When they were approaching Qingcang City, the leader Li Mofan saw a person in the distance. He suddenly stopped his horse and twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing a gloating expression. He lightly glanced at the immortal masters in white not far away. This fierce general of the Beiliang raised his hand gently. The entire cavalry team almost stopped moving at the same time, without the slightest bit of noise. Li Mofan turned his horse around and faced the people of the Guanyin sect. He gently stroked the halberd tail in the sheepskin pouch with one hand, making up his mind to watch the fire burn across the river. In front of the Qi cultivators, a carriage without a coachman appeared. A young man in black stood quietly in front of the carriage, a huge black tiger lying at his feet. This beast lazily dozed off. Even though it was lying on its stomach, its tall back almost reached the skinny young man's armpit. Li Mofan subconsciously stretched out his hand and rubbed his neck. His memory was still fresh in his mind. When the chief commander first became the commander of the Longxiang army, he and the deputy general Wang Lingbao were not convinced. In the end, both of them went up to the martial arts arena together. Wang Lingbao fought head-on and was kicked 7 to 8 feet away, falling out of the martial arts arena. Li Mofan, on the other hand, managed to withstand a few more blows, but his fate was even worse. He was grabbed by Su Longxiang like a chicken and swung around before being thrown out of the martial arts arena. Su Longxiang did not even bother to pat off the dust on his body. The young man obviously did not have enough fun. He hooked his finger at a large group of captains who were watching the battle, hinting for them to replace Li Mofan and Wang Lingbao. In the end, including the 2 deputy generals, there were 12 captains and more than 40 senior captains. Without exception, they were all beaten up by the new commander. During this period, Su Longxiang suffered no less than 100 punches and kicks. Except for the occasional swaying of his body and moving a step or two, he never fell to the ground. In this way, Su Longxiang was able to secure his position as the commander of the Longxiang army. It was only then that he was able to lead the 10,000 cavalrymen behind him in a reckless charge. Furthermore, Su Longxiang had the leisure and elegance to lead a large group of military officers to act as ordinary crossbowmen and chase down a large group of horse bandits. However, although Li Mofan admired Commander Su's astonishing martial prowess on the battlefield, he was still somewhat worried. After all, the combat on the martial arts field was not a life-and-death battle between 2 armies. Often, the more eye-catching a general was, the easier it was for him to be heavily surrounded. Li Mofan himself had experienced more than 60 battles, big and small. The most soul-stirring battle he had ever experienced was not when he happened to chance upon those famous enemy generals in the midst of 10,000 soldiers. Instead, it was when an inconspicuous old soldier had snuck up on him like a cat and thrust out a sinister saber. Not only did the tip of the saber nearly pierce through Li Mofan's armor, it also nearly twisted Li Mofan's abdomen. The funny thing was that Li Mofan still did not know the appearance of that old saber wielder who looked like an ordinary soldier. Who was he? Also, Li Mofan had seen many insufferably arrogant military aces. In the end, they either died tragically under a rain of arrows or under the hooves of horses. Not to mention the distant ones, in the Bailiang army right in front of him, there were fish-duck-treading crossbows that were specifically used to target enemy generals. In the Spring and Autumn War, who knew how many Jianghu ruffians with great martial prowess had their hearts pierced by these crossbows? The reason Jianghu people were not willing to go to the battlefield and make a name for themselves was largely because of their extraordinary martial prowess. It was very easy for them to be swallowed up by an army that was like a sea of ants. Also, the military had always been a place that paid the most attention to rules. The Jianghu experts were mostly idle and did not want to be restrained. The path of martial arts was already difficult. Since they had already made a name for themselves, why would they go to the military and draw a prison? Li Mofan sighed. Looking at the motionless second son of the great general, he was slightly distracted. He still remembered when he had followed the great general to Bailiang. Along the way, during a celebratory feast, the great general had drunk and raised his cup to point in the direction of Great Peace City. He grinned and said, "The legs of the civil officials kneel there every day. Us old men who lead soldiers to war, only one of us goes to the border. Of the 9 kingdoms of spring and autumn, other than the southern Tang that we threw to Gu Jiantang as leftovers, we have gone through all of them. Now, there are only the 3 provinces of Bailiang left. One day, even if I, Su Xiao, am unable to personally bring all of you to the Northern Mang royal court, my son will bring all of you there for a walk. Li Mofan exhaled, his gaze becoming determined. After waiting for almost 20 years, he was already in his 40s. Motherf **** Kerr, his 5-year-old grandson already knew how to tease the neighbor's daughter. There was finally a big battle to fight. Chapter 1195. Su Longxiang lightly twisted his neck. Not only the experts of the Guanyin sect who were skilled in qi divination, even the sect master of the same generation as Sui Xie Gu, Tan Tai Ping Jing, looked as if she was facing a great enemy. After stopping her steps, this tall woman frowned. The girl who sold charcoal rolled her eyes. What did this thin and rash brat want to do? Could it be that he wanted to single-handedly overturn the entire Guanyin sect? Could he not distinguish between friend and foe? After she had failed to catch the flood dragon in the Shu lands, her mood had been extremely bad. In order to kill the yellow flood dragon, Mei Yi's martial niece had retracted her qi into a bottle, which could be considered a great bargain. Sunya, who carried the coiling dragon pellet, also did not suffer any losses. Only she was the most pitiful. She had lost 2 pieces of the dragon talisman jade pendant that she had obtained with great difficulty from the tomb of the great Feng Emperor. One jade pendant, after being crushed, could transform into a living spirit puppet. It was truly a priceless treasure. As soon as the girl saw the dark and thin youth who knew his identity, she became irritated. With a thought, she flew out. She did not believe that this murderous brat would really dare to kill someone. Su Longxiang had not completely enlightened himself, but in the end, he was enlightened. He knew that on the lake outside the Yuyan mountain villa, his brother had clashed with these people. Later on, there was a young woman who was a sword embryo, who repeatedly had ill intentions. Su Longxiang came alone to block the way. This was to tell the Guanyin sect that he was not the commander of the 30,000 Long Xiang army. He was only the younger brother of Su Fengnian, Huang Manor. As for whether the Guanyin sect understood, and whether they were willing to accept this welcoming gift, Su Longxiang did not care. Su Longxiang was originally hesitating whether to directly beat them up or not. In the end, he saw the barefoot woman, whose body was covered in sword intent and not sword qi, rush over. Su Longxiang lowered his head and looked at his feet. The corner of his mouth curled up. He had encountered someone who also did not like to wear shoes. But that's not the reason why I won't beat you up. The girl selling coal suddenly sensed a majestic murderous aura. She closed her eyes and didn't head straight for Butcher's second son, whose achievements even Nan Jiang had heard of. Instead, she tapped lightly on the ground as she flew. Her body made a half arc in the air and then fell rapidly. Just as her toes were about to touch the ground, she sensed Su Longxiang's attack in advance. Her delicate body bent slightly and she sped up to cover a distance of 30 to 40 feet. From beginning to end, she was flying and stopping in the air, as if lotuses were blooming under her feet. Li Mofan, who was leisurely watching from the sidelines, clicked his tongue and laughed. She was not simple, and she was even a little girl who had comprehended the mysterious finger technique. With such a beautiful and practical lightness skill, she could do whatever she wanted in Jianghu. Su Longxiang's left foot slid horizontally across the yellow sand for an inch. At the same time, the charcoal girl immediately changed her flying trajectory. Her figure rose several feet, and she retreated a bit upside down. Then her body rotated. Her snow-white long sleeves were faintly discernible, and her spiritual qi was moving. It was even more obvious that she was untraceable before the thunderous attack. Su Longxiang moved. Very straightforwardly, he crashed into the girl with the fancy movements in a straight line. The moment Su Longxiang's knee bent, the girl selling coal was still hesitating whether to ride her sword to defend or use her lightness skill to avoid the sharp edge. Then, in the next moment, she no longer had the chance to attack. Su Longxiang raised his knee in the air and sent the charcoal girl, who the layman thought was trying to knock into him, flying. The speed was so fast that only Tantai Pingjing was able to see the clues. The moment Su Longxiang raised his foot, the girls selling coal had completely lost the initiative. However, when the two collided, the girls still made a defensive gesture of pushing down with both hands. But at that moment, Su Longxiang's 5 fingers grabbed the girl's forehead like hooks and pulled her toward his knee, still sending her flying. Tantai Pingjing squinted her eyes, slowly inhaling and exhaling, ready to attack. The girl selling coal's body rolled in the air, dissipating most of the force. But soon, she was shocked to find that the inconspicuous teenager in black had inexplicably appeared behind her. Next, after the girl selling coal was repelled, she was kicked in the back and fell on the sand with her face flat. A haze appeared between Tantai Pingjing's eyebrows. The lad had several imperceptible pauses when he kicked. It was the superposition of 1-inch strength, which was like rolling thunder. But it was simply against the common sense of martial arts. Ordinary people who practice martial arts would know the importance of concentrating and doing it in one go. Su Longxiang simply appeared and disappeared unpredictably. After a burst of dizziness, everyone saw this teenager dragging one leg of the girl selling coal, slowly walking toward the hundreds of chi cultivators of the Guanyin sect. The girl selling coal even had the heart to die. It was not that she did not want to resist, but this bastard's kick had destroyed all her chi activity, making it chaotic and uncontrollable. That was not all. Intuition told her that if she dared to drive the flying sword with her talent in swordsmanship, this black and thin teenager would really kill her. Su Longxiang dragged the girl selling coal for a while and seemed to be bored. He threw the girl and his hand back to the Guanyin sect like throwing garbage, and then hooked his finger at Tantai Pingjing. His meaning was clear. If the young one was not good enough, the old one could try. Tantai Pingjing was not angry at all, but asked indifferently, "Have you been deliberately suppressing yourself at the boundary between the Vajra realm and the Finger Profound realm? Are you trying to directly skip the celestial realm and become an earth immortal? Before you, no one has been able to do it." Su Longxiang did not speak. He had always listened to his elder brother. When he was young, his elder brother would always tell him stories of the pugilistic world, such as how in the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible, and how one's strength could defeat 10. He did not understand at that time, but he remembered it firmly in his heart. After he was enlightened, he naturally understood it. Also, his elder brother said that when fighting, one could chat while fighting. If one was to kill, one should not talk about the principles of fighting. The fist was the principle. A rider came to Li Mofan's side and reported the military situation. Li Mofan's expression was strange. He cleared his throat and shouted to Su Longxiang, "Commander, His Highness has spoken. You can fight, but you are not allowed to kill." As Li Mofan spoke, he burst into laughter. "His Highness also said that if you lose, he will punish you." Li Mofan quivered and immediately came to his senses. He said solemnly, "Commander, this general is just passing on His Highness's words. Don't punish me later." The girl selling coal, who was being held in the arms of a sect elder, wanted to cry but had no tears. She wanted to curse out loud. Su Fingnian and Su Longxiang, these two brothers, were not clear-headed. She wanted more than ever to return to the South Sea and never set foot on the Central Plains again. Chapter 1196. Tantai Pingjing stared at the young man who could be said to be God's favored son with a little pity in her eyes. However, when such a tall and eye-catching woman like her took a step forward, not only did the South Sea Chi trainers and the leading Guanyin sect retreat, even Li Mofan did not dare to take it lightly. He raised his arm and made a gesture that all the generals and soldiers in the Bailiang army could understand. The dragon elephant cavalry suddenly bloomed with an indescribable aura, like a tiger out of its cage, hot and wild. More than 1,000 elite cavalry began to spread out rapidly, forming an aggressive fan-shaped formation. A few groups of roaming cavalry even swept behind the South Sea Chi trainers. Obviously, they had made up their minds to make a big fuss and wrap these arrogant immortals in the South Sea up like dumplings. The charcoal girl was actually not seriously injured, but she did not dare to act rashly because she was severely suppressed by Su Longxiang's momentum. Now that her senior sister was personally involved, she was emboldened. She jumped down to the ground, rubbed her only son, and gnashed her teeth. She could not wait to cut the yellow-skinned young man into pieces and throw his 3 souls and 7 spirits into the most important weapon of the sect, the Moonwell Sky Mirror, which was specially used to suppress evil and evil. There were 5 generations in the Guanyin sect. Tantai Pingjing, who was close to 100 years old and had an almost eternal appearance, and the charcoal girl were the pair of senior sisters with the highest seniority. The age gap between them was so big that it made people speechless. Then there were 6 old elders whose hair was as white as frost. Meiyingyi, Sunya, and Qi Longzhong were the younger Qi trainers of the next generation. The 4th generation were the direct disciples of the 6 elders. Finally, there were the young boys and girls who had just entered the sect. There were more than 100 Qi trainers of the 5 generations. Almost every one of them had one or a variety of talisman weapons, such as the land-facing celestial painting of the charcoal girl and the dragon pendant that was destroyed when catching the dragon in Shu Land. They were all the most important weapons of the Guanyin sect. In addition, there was the Discipline Elder's willow branch clear vase, which was only 3 inches high but actually weighed 600 pounds. Naturally, there was a universe inside. Sunya's coiling dragon stone block that contained thunder and lightning could suppress evil and evil. It was also a work of God that was in accordance with the way of heaven. Talisman swords were even more common in the field of Qi trainers. It was just that the Guanyin sect was seriously damaged in the dragon-slaying battle in the southern border. Therefore, there was the storm of asking for 81 talisman swords from the Dragon Rock Sword Furnace of the Yuyan Mountain Villa. Later, there were 2 famous swordsmen in the world who came uninvited, Dong Tai and Sui Xiegu. The latter enjoyed eating swords, which made the Guanyin sect, which had a strong foundation, feel even more difficult to deal with. Tantai Pingjing did not have the demeanor of a master like her junior sister who had provoked the charcoal girl. She just walked forward like an ordinary strong woman, as if she had met an acquaintance and wanted to greet him. But this time, Su Longxiang waited for an opportunity for a longer time. Especially when Tantai Pingjing imperceptibly paused or even took a step back, Su Longxiang was in a trance, as if he had returned to his childhood in the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang and became a silly Huang man. Su Longxiang seemed to have thought of something. He scratched his head and looked relieved. His brother had said that when encountering something that he could not figure out, he should just stop thinking about it. Whether he could beat his opponent or not, he should prove it with his fists. If he could not beat his opponent, he should just run away. The green hills would not change, and the green water would flow forever. At the worst, he could just say that he would meet his opponent again someday. Without the knot in his heart, Su Longxiang's entire aura and appearance changed completely. This was not strange in the eyes of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry led by Li Mofin, but in the eyes of the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect who were good at observing aura, it was strange. With the war imminent, when experts faced the enemy, the change of the state of mind was a big taboo. The kind of freak who broke through the bottleneck in several life and death battles and was able to rise from the brink of death was, after all, a rare existence. In the Liang Wulin were heroes gathered for the past 100 years, Wang Xianji counted as one, Gu Jiantang counted as half, and the other outstanding figures like Li Chungang and Chao Chongqing, who were publicly recognized as having outstanding talent, also rose in realms naturally. Of course, after Su Fengnian defeated Wang Xianji, as many rumors, true or false, gradually spread, Su Fengnian became another martial arts genius after Wang Xianji who was proficient in using battle to nurture battle. Otherwise, the people of Jianghu really could not understand how a playboy who had not even practiced martial arts for 5 years could leap to the top and become the champion of Jianghu. Was it not enough that the Su family had one Su Fengnian, who was said to be invincible in the world, and now there was another Su Longxiang? All the good things in the world had been taken by the Su family. Did they still want to give others a way to live? Was it possible that one day Su Fengnian would get tired of being the world's #1 and hand over the #1 position to his younger brother? Nowadays, the so-called powerful and influential families in the Jianghu were all based on whether or not there were two first-pin experts in the sect who could stand side by side. Of course, if only one person reached the celestial state, it was enough to lead the sect and overlook the Jianghu. But there was absolutely no reason for one family or one sect to have two experts in martial arts. Even the Wu family's sword tomb could not do this, because it was much more difficult than the three princes of the fourth generation, the father and the son, and the two top scholars in the imperial court. At this time, in the eyes of the qi cultivator, the flow of the qi of the prominent young man was like a ball of prairie fire turning into a pool of stagnant water. A moment ago, it was full of vitality, but in the next moment, it was completely lifeless and lifeless. Tantai Pingjing, whose figure was even better than that of the northern warriors, stopped and walked. Finally, she was only 5 or 6 steps away from Su Longxiang. She lowered her head and looked at the interesting young man who was born as King Kong but deliberately suppressed the rising of his realm. She smiled and said, "Come and hit me. If you hit me, you win. In the future, I will follow your brother's orders in Liuzhou." Su Longxiang shook his head with a serious expression. Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. She had already understood the young man's meaning. That is, in the territory under the jurisdiction of Beiliang, no matter who it was, as long as they set foot in Beiliang, they would have to listen to her brother. This principle did not require him to defeat anyone to win. This was a matter of course. Before her brother inherited the title and became the king of Beiliang, Su Fengnian's words had always been the loudest in Mount Qingliang. He was even more powerful than their father, Su Shao. Now that he had become the vassal king, not only his mansion, but also the whole Beiliang should be the same. Tantai Pingjing was not angry. She still had a clean smile on her face. The qi cultivators of Fulong of the North sect all said that the Guanyin sect was carved out of the same mold. It was not without roots. Except that the qi cultivators of this sect all wore white clothes and white boots, even their temperament was the same. They all had a kind of otherworldly spirit. They did not respect the common people or the kings, but only ghosts and gods. Every qi cultivator left the sect, except for dry food and clothes. They were not allowed to carry any worldly possessions other than the talisman weapons that they had cultivated for many years. They had no attachments and no worldly karma. Only then could they achieve a pure Taoist heart. For example, once the qi cultivators of all generations of the Guanyin sect entered the isolated island in the South Sea to practice Taoism, it was tantamount to cutting off all the fate with their birth parents. Even if their parents had passed away, they would never go to worship them. The Tao of Heaven was ruthless, but there were common laws. Qi cultivators were the fishermen who mended the wide net of Tao of Heaven and caught the fish that escaped the net. Therefore, the great immortal Qi Xianzhu on the demon-slaying platform once sent a message to the Guanyin sect. In fact, it was more like a question: Tao of Heaven has 50. Why does the Tao of Heaven only give rise to 49? The sage said that people escape from one, but where is the one? This was the reason why Tantai Pingjing had been in closed-door training all these years. At that time, Dong Tai raised the sea and drowned the Guanyin sect with his sword. His momentum was imposing, but in fact, it was not the real reason why Tantai Pingjing came out of closed-door training in advance. It was because she had been in closed-door training for many years but could not find the one. This time, Tantai Pingjing moved the sect to the north because she wanted to find it somewhere else. Tantai Pingjing had always been silent in the Guanyin sect. She did not take any disciples. She had been in charge of the sect for nearly 60 years and had accumulated a lot of power. Even the elders would feel uncomfortable when they saw this young suzerain who was almost enlightened, not to mention the juniors like Mei, Sunya, and Qi Longzhong. They would be satisfied if they could talk to the suzerain who was really high in status and figure for a year. These people all felt that the suzerain had a rare affection from the bottom of her heart for this young man. Regardless of gender, many disciples of the Guanyin sect who did not have a deep heart were a little jealous. Tantai Pingjing was not far away from Su Longxiang. Her smile was tranquil and quiet. However, a little illusory green water droplet appeared in front of her out of nowhere. The water droplet fell down and formed two water lines. It was like a drawing of the moon and ripples were bursting. In an instant, a big round mirror was constructed between her and Su Longxiang. The mirror was sparkling and the green water ripples were rippling. They looked at each other and their vision was blurred. From Su Longxiang's side, he could only see the rough outline of the other party. The Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect looked at each other in dismay. Even the highly experienced charcoal girl was extremely moved. In the final analysis, the reason why the Guanyin sect could compete with the Northern Dragon warriors of the entire Liang dynasty was actually because of two talisman weapons. The celestial painting from the painting saint of the Dafeng dynasty was to suppress Yuxiu in Jianghu. The moon-well heavenly mirror in front of the suzerain's senior sister was to suppress all kinds of Bel spirits in the world who insisted on breaking the shackles of Tao. Both of them were favored by the Reiki of heaven and earth because of fate. However, the more powerful things were, the more they would not be controlled and wanted to cross the thunder pool. The Guanyin sect had to suppress these two guys who were not satisfied with the gift of Tao of heaven. After Tantai Pingjing appeared in the mirror, she smiled and stretched out her hand to Su Longxiang, indicating that the young man did not need to show mercy and could just do his best. Chapter 1197. Then, everyone saw Su Longxiang fiercely crash into the mirror and appear in front of Tantai Pingjing. He punched down. Most of the Guanyin sect disciples, who had never seen their sect's national weapon in their lives, let out a subconscious gasp. But then, they saw their sect master's entire body shatter like an artifact made of colored glass, turning into fireflies that filled the sky. Without any hesitation, Su Longxiang rushed to the next place. As expected, another mirror soon appeared in front of him. After he crashed into it again, Tantai Pingjing, who had broken the glass body, repeated this tirelessly. On the yellow sand ground, in the short time it took for an incense stick to burn, Su Longxiang had entered the mirror and broken the glass no less than 100 times. Every time before the body was broken, Tantai Pingjing would always have a calm smile. The fiercer Su Longxiang's attacks were, the more it set off her confidence and the profoundness of her Taoist technique. A lieutenant rode to Li Mofen's side. He was full of doubts and could not help but ask, "General, what is going on? Is that woman really a deity?" Although Li Mofen was proficient in all kinds of martial arts and was a top expert in cavalry on the battlefield, he had never experienced the obscure supernatural powers of the Qi cultivators. He could not make heads or tails of it, but he could not put down his pride and say that he did not know in front of his subordinates. He could only pretend to be profound and said slowly, "The Qi cultivators of the north and south have their own merits. The north sect is like a big rat stealing food from a big warehouse, but what they consume is the emperor's aura. As for the group of people from Guanyin sect in the south, they focus on eating clouds and thunder from heaven and earth to nourish their spirit in Qi." The strange mirror of the Guanyin sect master is probably similar to the Daoist's heaven and earth sleeve and the Buddhist's Mount Sumro in a mustard seed. The bearded lieutenant held back for a long time and laughed dryly, "General, you are really knowledgeable. You even know this. No wonder the general said that you are one of the top Confucian generals in our Beiliang army." Li Mofen laughed and scolded, "Get lost. After so many years of flattery, your skills have not improved at all. What Confucian general? I earned the position of the deputy commander of the Longxiang army by leading the troops time and time again. Which Confucian general is not a bastard hiding behind the battlefield and waving a fan and talking nonsense? The lieutenant said with grievance, I want to be a Confucian general. Li Mofan sneered, look at your sloppy pig slaughtering appearance, don't even think about being a Confucian general in your next life. On the battlefield, Su Longxiang, one's disciples of the Guanyin sect were gathered. Obviously, he used the military strategy of besieging the city. Guanyin sect master could escape but his disciples could not. Of the Guanyin sect master, but his disciples could not. Guanyin sect master of the Guanyin sect could escape, but his disciples could not. Of Guanyin sect master could. Tantai Pingjing appeared behind Su Longxiang. With her back to the dragon elephant cavalry's fan-shaped formation, she reached out and patted the mirror in front of her. In the next moment, a mirror appeared in front of Meiyingyi and the Guanyin sect disciples. Su Longxiang rushed past and arrived in front of Tantai Pingjing in the blink of an eye. This was a scene that went against the rules of the world and was extremely strange. Su Longxiang's stubborn nature came up. He did not rush towards the woman who did not dare to face him head-on. He turned back and continued to run towards the Guanyin sect disciples. Instead, he ran even faster. For the first time, he changed direction. His speed was so fast that people could only see a blurry figure. Then, within a radius of 1,000 feet, Su Longxiang was everywhere. This scene was very similar to the method used by Wang Xianji in the battle with useless monk. In the world of martial arts, as long as one reached the peak, all paths led to the same destination. There was no escape from the two words, speed and accuracy. One was to take the initiative, the other was to have a clear target. Having both was equivalent to being in an invincible position and achieving victory. In the battle of swordsmanship in the world, no matter how big the differences between the two factions were, there was no objection to the two words of speed and accuracy. The peach blossom sword god Dong Tai was able to suppress all the swordsmen in the world before Li Chungang reappeared in Jianghu because his flying sword had the reputation of flowing fire in the heavens. As time went by, Su Longxiang still could not touch a corner of the clothes of Tantai Pingjing and the disciples of the Guanyin sect. Even Li Mofan was a little anxious, not to mention the group of officers and commandants who were as rough and unyielding as the sandstorm in the northwest. They were all eager to have a try. As soon as they heard the order, they would spur their horses to charge and kill everyone, regardless of whether they were immortals or chi trainers. At this moment, a black dot in the distance was approaching steadily. Gradually, people could see the figure clearly. He came alone and stood outside the dragon elephant cavalry and the Guanyin sect. The three of them were like two horns to each other. But 1,000 dragon elephant cavalry and more than 100 chi trainers, who had the absolute advantage in numbers, could not take away the slightest bit of the man's elegance and momentum. He stood there alone, completely overshadowing the limelight of the two. The Bailiang army, which had the best combat power in the world, had always only recognized two things. The Su, in General Su Zhao's name and the means of subduing people by force. In fact, in the final analysis, it was the word force. Because the old Prince Liang, Su Shao, was the king of Bailiang, who was the pillar of the country and had great military achievements. He won his position by killing half of the young men in the spring and autumn period. Then, after Su Shao, another person from the Su family took over the vacancy left by the death of Ren Tuesday originally. Most people thought that this was a feat that even the gods could not do after Su Zhao's death. But that person did it. It was very simple. He killed Wang Xianji. At this moment, Su Fengnian was standing here. When he received the news that the Guanyin sect and the Wu family's sword mound had entered the country respectively, he naturally valued the latter more. He was prepared to personally go to the border between the two provinces to welcome them. As for his younger brother, Huang Man, it did not matter whether he was escorting the chi cultivators of the South Sea or showing off his strength. With how much Su Fengnian doted on Huang Man, there was nothing in the world that Huang Man could not do. But at the last moment, Su Fengnian was still not at ease. After all, the wealth that the Guanyin sect had accumulated over hundreds of years could not be underestimated. The charcoal girl's crafty tricks in Yanji County and the land pilgrimage map almost caused him, the so-called most powerful person in the world, to fall into her trap. Therefore, he changed his mind halfway. He wanted to see Huang Man with his own eyes before he went to welcome the 100 withered swordsmen of the Sword Mound. Perhaps Su Fengnian himself did not feel that there was anything wrong with looking on with folded arms. However, whether it was the 1,000 brave and valiant dragon elephant cavalry led by Li Mofin, or the 100 over-chi refinement warriors of the South Sea who were ignorant and inexperienced but had heard of his name like thunder, they all felt a kind of silent and enormous pressure. Especially those cavalry soldiers under the Sioux flag. They all subconsciously tightened their grip on their iron spears. They were afraid that the vassal king would look down on their invincible Longxiang army. And to the Qi cultivators, the Wang Xianji of the martial emperor city was the biggest fish that escaped the net in the world. But no matter if it was the Qi cultivators of the south or the north, they could not do anything to him. Then, with the death of the old monster Wang, this suffocating feeling that was enough to make people despair was imperceptibly transferred to the young vassal king. Who dared to face this person as an enemy? This person wasn't someone who could be challenged just because they had more people. At the very least, no matter how many people there were, could they be more than the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry under his command? Tantai Pingjing turned her head and looked at the slightly abrupt slender figure in the distance. Under her eyes, there was a trace of indescribable complex emotions. Su Longxiang had already fallen into a state of madness. He lowered his head and clenched his fists. He was far from being exhausted, but he began to gasp for breath like an ancient fierce beast. His qi had traveled no less than 700 miles in an instant. This had already crossed the Dragon Gate threshold of 600 miles in the new martial arts list. Tantai Pingjing withdrew her gaze. Coincidentally, Su Longxiang turned his head and she saw the young man's red eyes. If it was just a naughty and mischievous young man's playfulness before, and he did not really want to hurt people, then at this moment, Su Longxiang really had the intention to kill. He had a pure heart. Doing good came from his heart, and doing evil was also straightforward. Chapter 1198. There was a saying in Tianluan, sage Shang of Confucianism, that the way of heaven was constant. It did not exist for sages, nor did it die for ferocious people. It meant that the way of heaven was unpredictable. Although man was the head of all spirits, he could not interfere with the eternal operation of the way of heaven. This undoubtedly brought great confusion to Qi trainers who carried out justice on behalf of heaven. They had to be careful every time they went fishing, for fear that they would go in the opposite direction of the way of heaven. At that time, Qi trainers would have to bear the karma. This was also why Taoist immortals who cultivated themselves alone could often ascend to heaven, but great Qi trainers often could not die well, let alone become immortals. For example, at this time, it was difficult for Tantai Pingjing to judge whether Su Longxiang was good or bad, and whether she should detain his soul into the Moonwell. In fact, in the Moonwell Sky Mirror, in addition to those recognized evil leaders, there were many famous sages. However, Qi trainers often kept the latter a secret. The reason why gentlemen were often beheaded for 5 generations was that Qi trainers were often the executioners. What sages did might be good for the common people or benefit the country, but they did not necessarily follow the way of heaven. In history, there were so many earth-shaking reforms. The common people benefited, but those who carried out the reforms often ended miserably, and even might not be reincarnated after death. As the Confucianism said, although there were thousands of people, this majestic heroic spirit was passed down from generation to generation, but it was not necessarily a blessing for the individual. However, this was precisely the most valuable thing about those scholars who helped the world. The young lord standing in the distance sneered at scholars when he was a teenager. In Gangnam-do, he even dared to ask Liang Tongxi's sword immortal, who was now Wang Chaodong, if he could sell some benevolence, righteousness, and morality. The reason why he had changed his view of scholars over the years was that he could look further and higher after reaching a high position. He had more and more respect for scholars who really cared about the world and had no regrets. Because in the world, those who had a heart were often the ones who carried the burden and staggered forward to open the way for the future generations. Wang Xianji was like that in Jianghu, and so was Sun Ping in Zhangjiulu. Huang Sanzhou was even more so. This kind of people, even if they were enemies, could be killed but not hated. The founding of a prosperous dynasty was always made by warriors to open the way and scholars to build the road conscientiously. Only then could the common people walk on that road happily and comfortingly. Tantai Pingjing's eyes were still filled with pity as she looked at the butcher's second son in front of her. Liang and Beiliang, one of the nominal territories, were in a deadlock. Removing the vassals was the general trend, but resisting Beimang's iron cavalry was a top priority. The imperial court was not at ease with letting the shrewd Gu Jiantang be a king with a different surname, but they also could not allow the two generations of the Su family to take advantage of their achievements. On the other hand, Su Zhao's military achievements had reached the point where no one could take credit for them. So many outrageous killings, but Su Zhao's life was tough and he stood upright, so God gave him a way out and let him die of old age. However, the old man's wife and 4 children were inevitably affected. Everyone had a rough life. If Su Jihu was not the reincarnation of ancestor Liu, Hong Shixiang, he would have died of an illness long ago. As for the remaining 3, even if Su Weisheng was not the biological daughter of Su Xiao and Wu Su, most of them did not have any enviable results. Tantai Pingjing entered Beiliang because she vaguely saw traces of the one. She wanted to see with her own eyes how the young king of Beiliang turned the tide, how he changed the fate of the siblings and even blessed their descendants. This kind of action was even more difficult than slaughtering the flood dragon with human strength. Tantai Pingjing sighed softly. Su Longxiang had also finished accumulating power. With him as the center, the surrounding sand and stones were blown away. If it were ordinary people, they would only see the momentum of the second son of the butcher. But in the eyes of Tantai Pingjing, who had hundreds of years of experience, it was the appearance of a python that almost became a dragon. It was born irritable and barbaric. When Tantai Pingjing was in the prime of her life, she inadvertently bestowed the title of a white snake. Bestowing the title was a relatively obscure Taoist term. It was one level lower than the legendary celestial being God. Ordinary people might not know what the emperor's words were. The emperor's words contained the heaven's constitution and the prophecy of the Taoist immortal, but most of them had heard that monks didn't lie. They were used to nagging children after they said something wrong and let the children spit a few times to show that they took back their rude words. This was why the words created by the sages made ghosts and gods cry. After the words were spoken, it was also unpredictable and mysterious. Tantai Pingjing did not think much at that time. She just felt close to the white snake with a tail of more than 100 feet. She prayed for the white snake to become a dragon. The huge white snake as thick as a water tank actually shed tears like a human. Then, it instantly shed its snake skin for the 8th time without stagnation or any pain. Her head had a flood dragon horn. Tantai Pingjing, who was just an ordinary chi cultivator, just casually bestowed the white snake with a casual title, which made the white snake become a dragon in one step. After the white flood dragon jumped into the river, it stretched out its tongue and wiped Tantai Pingjing's arm. Then, it reluctantly jumped into the river in the surging wind and clouds. Her master heard the news and came over. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only sighed that fools had fools' luck. Later, Tantai Pingjing knew that the spiritual creatures in the world, especially the big snake, even the Taoist master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, who was the feather-robed Taoist master, only dared to proceed step by step and bestowed the title of Flood Dragon. He dared not to overestimate himself and mention the body of a real dragon. Tantai Pingjing's action was tantamount to tying the merits of several generations to the white snake. The two were closely related. If the white snake finally became a dragon and ascended, she could get a great opportunity through reincarnation. But if the white snake failed, then Tantai Pingjing would share the trials and tribulations with it and would never be reincarnated. Even all the people close to her would be stained with evil karma. Fortunately, Tantai Pingjing's master was very optimistic about the white snake. Otherwise, once they had an evil relationship, no matter how much he valued Tantai Pingjing, he would expel this disciple from the sect to avoid a monstrous disaster that would bring disaster to the sect. Fortunately, Tantai Pingjing's master was very optimistic about the white snake. Otherwise, once they had an evil relationship, no matter how much he valued Tantai Pingjing, he would expel this disciple from the sect in order to avoid a monstrous disaster that would bring disaster to the sect. Fortunately, Tantai Pingjing's master was very optimistic about the white snake. Otherwise, once they had an evil relationship, no matter how much he valued Tantai Pingjing, he would expel this disciple from the sect to avoid a monstrous disaster. After that, perhaps only the young leader of Wudong, Li Yufu, would have such a good opportunity. At that time, a carp jumped out of the river into his arms on the bank of Guangling River, and this Taoist sat down holding the carp. "I'm Li Yufu, you and I are fated. If everything in the world can really cultivate, you and I work together to cultivate the great Tao. I only hope to see you again in a few hundred years." However, the world only knew that the Wudong leader suppressed the evil dragon of Earth Long Mountain, and did not know such a secret. Facing the aggressive Su Longxiang, Tantai Pingjing somehow showed a trace of absent-mindedness for the first time. Even the young disciples of Guanyin sect, who were 2 or 3 generations younger than her, noticed it. This tall woman, who had already reached the realm of returning to her original state but deliberately kept her appearance in her 30s, suddenly felt a little sad. She thought of her master, the man who was always difficult to look up to. When they stood together in the past, she was always taller than her master. When her master wanted to talk to her, he had to raise his head. Every time at that time, her master, who was omniscient and omnipotent in her impression, would feel a little helpless. Before her master disappeared without a trace and left her, he had a catchphrase, "You silly big guy." Back then, after her master had passed away, she had deduced from a few words from an elderly elder that her master was probably a lucky person who had seen through the mysteries of heaven several times. When luck was up, he would live, and when luck was down, he would leave. However, Tantai Pingjing did not deliberately guess which secret figure in history he was, let alone dare to deduce. This was also a taboo for venerables. At the moment, Su Longxiang's stray collision interrupted the reverie of the training Qi master, which made Tantai Pingjing angry for no reason. This was something that even Xia Feiyu, a Confucian scholar in Sichuan, could not do. Tantai Pingjing quickly raised her hand and lifted the mirror that even the founder of Guanyin sect did not know the exact origin. She wanted to teach this young man a lesson. A woman's mind was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. Even Tantai Pingjing, who was equal to an immortal, could not escape from the stereotype. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. "Wang Man, or fighting with you Qi trainers is almost the same as civil officials and military generals who insist on comparing merits. It's boring." The next moment, a figure rushed through the moon-well sky mirror before Su Longxiang and walked to Tantai Pingjing. When he broke the mirror, there was no ripple on the moon-well sky mirror. But after passing through the mirror, the water ripples jumped happily. It was like an old object meeting an old owner. The mirror was not like a mirror, but like the broken moon in the well. Su Fingnian came to the front of the unusually tall Guanyin sect master. He had to raise his head slightly to look at her at the same level. He smiled politely and then turned to Huang Man. He rubbed his head. The young man, who was still manic and restless, immediately calmed down. Tantai Pingjing looked at the back of the young man, her lips trembling slightly. She said the two words, but they were silent. Chapter 1199. If it was said that the Guanyin sect did not take Su Longxiang seriously, but after Su Fengnian personally came here, the atmosphere clearly showed signs of leaning towards the local tyrant. Fortunately, Su Fengnian did not use his power to bully others. Instead, he took the initiative to walk towards the old woman that he had met once outside Yuyan Mountain Villa. He greeted her amiably and even jokingly said to Mei Yi, who had fought well on the lake, "This fairy sister, your finger sword technique has benefited this king greatly." Later on, when he fought with others, he secretly learned it and put it to great use. "I hope fairy sister does not mind." Mei Yi lived up to her manly name. Facing this powerful vassal king who had stirred up the Jianghu in the imperial court, she did not have stage fright. However, her smooth and creamy cheek still had the redness of a beautiful woman. Her voice was soft but not seductive. She jokingly said, "It is Mei Yi's honor to be able to enter the king's discerning eyes with my insignificant skill. However, I have a bold request. That is, if the king has the opportunity to fight with others in the future, before you use the upper finger sword technique, you must first say that this is the unique skill of Mei Yi of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea." Su Fengnian could not help but laugh. This is possible. To be honest, this king had half a master before, the sword Jiu Wang. You should have heard of this before. At that time, this king had not yet learned martial arts and the blade. He thought that when he went to Jianghu and fought with others, no matter what, as long as he could make the name of this king appear, then this king would be able to brag and flatter to various heroines. Therefore, this king and fairy sister are the same kind of people. Can we be considered as heroes who appreciate each other? Mei Yi covered her mouth and smiled. She did not enthusiastically agree with anything. Instead, she carefully controlled the situation and did not dare to climb up the pole. If she really thought that these big shots who held authority were merciful bodhisattvas, it was hard to fathom a ruler's heart. Accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. She was just a small character. Maybe one day she would be eaten until not even her bones were left, and they would still complain that it was not enough. However, Mei Yi was overjoyed to have the king of Bailiang address her as Sister Fairy. She didn't try to hide the joy on her face. Su Fengnian turned his head and looked at a certain young Qi refinement warrior who was sneakily hiding behind his senior brother. He smiled and said, "Why? Can't you recognize this king who has changed his hair color? Back then, you were very arrogant. Once you saw this king, you would casually sit on the river." The young man's face turned red. He walked out from behind his fellow disciples and bitterly said, "To be able to exchange blows with Wang Ye, I have no regrets in this life. Even if Wang Ye wants to beat or kill me today, I, Su Qingxing, will not complain at all. I won't dare to retaliate either." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "Oh, you're from the same family. Then I really have no reason to fight with you. Now that you're in Lu province, don't treat yourself as an outsider. If you need any heavenly materials and earthly treasures that Bailiang has, feel free to ask. For the sake of our family, this king doesn't have the face to hide anything." The young man chuckled and said, "Then I won't treat you as an outsider. When the time comes, if Wang Ye is stingy, I, Su Qingxing, will run to the entrance of the Wang Ye residence and make a scene." Su Fengnian nodded and dismissed it with a smile. The girl who sold charcoal fiercely turned her head and rolled her eyes. She increasingly disliked this treacherous fellow who had a honeyed mouth and a sword in his heart. After that, Su Fengnian asked for a warhorse from the Dragon Elephant Cavalry and symbolically sent this batch of Qi cultivators from the South Sea for a period of time. Riding side by side with Tantai Pingjing, the sect master of the Guanyin sect, who had already completely recovered her calm state of mind, asked indifferently, "When will the Beimang army go south?" Su Fengnian also did not treat this as a military secret that could not be divulged. He said frankly, some small-scale battles will be very fast. At the beginning of the year, they were stunned by my younger brother's 10,000 dragon elephant cavalry. The new king of the South Yard, Dongjua, and the Empress of Beimang should not be able to swallow this grievance. Even if they can, in order to appease the army, they urgently need a hearty victory to make a good start and get a good omen. However, as for which border of the three provinces in cool and flowing, Beimang is also not sure. They can only cope with all changes by remaining unchanged. Sect Master Tantai, you want to use this to accumulate merit. This king also needs you to give blessings to the fallen soldiers. I hope that both of us can. Tantai Pingjing smiled and continued the topic, happy business. Su Fengnian was stunned for a moment. This does not seem like something that would come out of the mouth of an otherworldly expert like Sect Master. What followed was a natural long silence. Their identities and ages were as different as heaven and earth. It was really difficult to find a topic to exchange pleasantries. Before leaving, Tantai Pingjing finally said something irrelevant. My late master once set foot in the Jianghu of the Central Plains twice. The first time was to go to the demon-slaying platform of Dragon Tiger Mountain to discuss Taoism with Immortal Qi. The second time was to find the whereabouts of a white flood dragon. My late master once left behind a will. That white flood dragon was different from the common river boas. It did not follow the river into the sea but swam upstream. My late master only calculated that the white flood dragon swam to the gate of hell and then disappeared. Su Fengnian sat high on the horse without holding the reins. He folded his hands in his sleeves and said with a smile, Sect Master Tantai, are you guessing that the white flood dragon sneaked all the way to Beiliang? This king casually asked. The common people worship the flood dragon as deities. But you Qi cultivators, especially Sect Master who has achieved the Tao, can hunt and kill the flood dragon. Why do you care about the whereabouts of a river flood dragon that has not yet turned into a dragon? Could it be that there is a reason behind this? If it does not involve the private affairs of the Guanyin sect, can you tell me something? Tantai Pingjing shook her head and said in a stiff tone, this has nothing to do with the situation in Beiliang. I have no comment. Su Fengnian did not force her nor was he interested in getting to the bottom of the matter. He just smiled and did not take it to heart. The 1,000 dragon elephant cavalry under the direct command of Li Mo Fan did not continue to escort. Su Fengnian returned the warhorse to the ordinary cavalryman and sat behind his younger brother Su Longxiang who was his coachman. Obviously, his fellow soldiers were very envious of the guy whose warhorse was sat on by the young lord. The horseman also regarded it as a great honor and had a complacent look on his face. After the bearded lieutenant approached, he patted the horseman's head and scolded with a smile, Motherfucker, you brat, don't be so sentimental and ask me for your military merit in the future. Although the cavalryman was not very old, he was a veteran of the Longxiang army. Last time, he had cut off the head of a northern barbarian. At that time, he only used it as the head of an ordinary Beimang cavalryman to calculate his military merit. Later on, from the news that spread from Beimang's southern court, he found out that the fellow was a member of the royal family with the surname of Yelu. Although he was only a branch of Yelu and could not be considered the purest descendant of the royal family, according to Beiliang's military law, he should at least be a lieutenant. This brave soldier was not convinced and ran to the bearded lieutenant every 2 to 3 days to ask for his military merit. In fact, everyone knew that being a lieutenant was secondary. The main reason was to take the opportunity to squeeze the wine out of the lieutenant who loved wine like his life. This time, when the prince wanted to borrow a horse, the lieutenant had a bright idea and gave this opportunity to that brat. He thought that he should let go of the few remaining jars of wine, right? Unexpectedly, the cavalryman glared at him and said, Lieutenant, let me say this first. This is a different matter. If you dare to go back on your word, do you believe that this subordinate will not report this matter to the prince? Report this matter to the prince. None of the soldiers around the cavalryman felt that there was anything wrong with his words. In our Baelyang, the king of Baelyang was the rightful emperor. He only lacked a dragon robe and a dragon throne. It was just that our prince did not care for those two things. The bearded lieutenant gritted his teeth and said, F***K, don't talk nonsense with this old man. Today, I'll make things clear to you, brat. When we go back, I'll give you an entire jar of wine. How about it? If you dare to take another sip of wine, this old man will strip you naked and hang you on the back of a horse. Then, we'll circle the camp a few times. The cavalryman grinned and said, deal. Hanging naked on the back of a horse and circling the camp was a punishment unique to the Longxiang army. As long as it was a native of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry, including the two vice-generals, Li Mofan and Zhang Lingbao, almost all of the rebellious fellows had had a taste of this before. A wily old fox who was so unlucky that he had died 8 times was proud of it. He always liked to say to the younger generation in the army that the taste was so memorable that it was even more satisfying than riding on the bed. Of course, there were not many who were willing to believe it. Li Mofan looked at the carriage and hesitated a bit. In the end, he had his personal soldiers pull back a bit. Su Fingnian turned around and lifted the curtain to look at the bright red talisman armor. It was hard to tell if it was in a standing or sitting position. When no one was wearing it, it was still half the height of a person. It stood alone in the carriage and emitted a bone-chilling aura. After Su Fingnian had collected 5 sets of talisman armor, he strictly ordered the 2 Mahist masters at the back of Mount Qingliang to forge a new set of talisman armor. This was to ensure that his younger brother, Huang Manor, would have something to rely on when charging and breaking through enemy lines in the future. At the same time, it was to forcibly imprison Su Longxiang's higher realm. Su Longxiang did not feel good every time he put on the talisman armor. It was no different from a kind of torture. However, as long as it was something his older brother, Su Fingnian, wanted him to do, he would never ask why. Back then, Su Shao used both the carrot and the stick, but he was still unable to make his youngest son apprentice to the old celestial master Zhao Shituan and then go to Mount Longhu to learn martial arts. Su Fingnian returned after 3 years of traveling, and a simple sentence was all that was needed. Not to mention the imperial vassal Wang family, even between brothers of ordinary landowning households, there were all kinds of differences. If it wasn't a struggle for status, then it was a struggle for seniority. How could it be like the Baelyang Su family where brothers would go on blind dates? Chapter 1200. After Su Fingnian became the king of Baelyang, he first had to subdue the civil officials, pacify the border army, and fight against Wang Xianji. He never had a chance to talk to Huang Manor, or rather, he never knew how to talk to Huang Manor. After Huang Manor was enlightened, he calmed down and had his own ideas. After the expansion of the army, the Longxiang army, which had 30,000 soldiers and horses, was well managed by the youth. However, Su Fingnian was used to treating Huang Manor as the child with 2 snots. When Huang Manor grew up, he felt a sense of unfamiliarity that he didn't know how to talk to him. Occasionally, Su Fingnian would remember that Su Shao probably had the same problem when facing his rebellious self. Of course, when Su Fingnian was the same age as Huang Manor, he was truly a lawless demon king. Su Shao definitely didn't dare to scold him and didn't know how to persuade him. Although after the Wang Fei passed away, as the general, he was both a father and mother, in the end, he was still a rough man. Leading troops to war and governing the army didn't make sense, so he just fought until they were convinced. However, when it came to the eldest son, how could he be so carefree? Su Fingnian looked at the yellow sand that was even more barren than Liangzhou. He smiled and asked softly, Huang Manor, did you miss your father? With his back to his brother, Su Longxiang nodded vigorously. Su Fingnian continued, speaking of our mother's early death, outsiders all say that it was to give birth to you, the result of exchanging a life for a life. In reality, logically speaking, Mother's lifeline was left behind by the white clothes case. If Su Xiao didn't have me, the eldest son, or us two sons, he would definitely be able to live out the rest of his life as a king with a different surname. After death, his posthumous title would be extremely honorable, and he definitely wouldn't be that bullshit Wu Li. So, you, the younger brother, would never be the one to say sorry to our parents. I also know that Su Xiao has always been biased. You and my two sisters are not as good as me. Su Longxiang held the reins and didn't say anything. Su Fengnian leaned against the wall of the carriage and looked at the sky that was higher and wider than anywhere else in Liang. He said softly, Su Xiao is actually very good to us, to the point that he can't be any better, except for my two sisters. I am the older brother and you are the younger brother, so it's different. But this isn't because Su Xiao is really biased. He doesn't feel sorry for you and your two sisters. But he was a boor who joined the army to kill enemies at the age of 14. How could he know the difficulties of his children as a father? After Su Xiao left, in order to deal with Wang Xinji, I went into an out-of-body state. That was how I saw Su Xiao when he was young, not as impressive as he was after he went to Beiliang. I saw Su Xiao standing outside the Grand Council office without bending his back or crippling his legs. It rained for an entire night, but those powerful officials closed their doors and refused to see him. They refused to give a single soldier a mouthful of food. Su Xiao stood like that for an entire night. After winning a battle, Su Xiao sneaked to the battlefield where the corpses of the soldiers did not have time to be dragged away. He squatted there and whimpered. It was not at all like after he had us. He said that he would be unstoppable wherever he pointed his troops, and he would be like a tiger swallowing tens of thousands of miles. I also saw Su Xiao's downfall after he became a general. He had to share hard buns with Master, Xiao Chongling and the others. Su Fengnian smiled and looked up at the clean sky with narrowed eyes. To be honest, our father can only be less tired when he's gone. If it weren't for the fact that he's worried about us, he would have gone down to accompany Mother long ago. He's just holding on with a strong will and fighting with the King of Hell. Su Fengnian straightened and looked away. He said in a deep voice, people in Beiliang have said for a long time that the Zhao court is making things difficult everywhere. Su Xiao has military power. Why did he not just rebel? Beimang has Beiliang's 300,000 cavalry. They are bound to take over the Central Plains. The history books are just servant girls that the founding dynasty can paint as they please. How can the Su family's reputation be lacking? Su Xiao didn't tell us why. I also thought about this problem that wasn't a problem. I felt that there was no reason to talk about it. If Su Xiao wasn't such a person, he wouldn't have been able to reach northern Liang. Just like how Su Xiao treated me and you, Huang Man, there is no reason. He is the father, we are his sons. He feels heartache. It is that simple. Su Fengnian unconsciously pulled up his sleeves out of habit. He said, as sons, we have to make sure that Su Xiao, as a father, doesn't get scolded by the future generations. It's just as simple. I, Su Fengnian, am guarding the northwest. It is a responsibility that Su Xiao gave me. It is my duty. It is even simpler. As his older brother, I don't want my younger brother to die on the battlefield. At the very least, I don't want you to die before me. There is no reason to talk about this. Huang Man, did you hear that? If you dare to ask me to retrieve your corpse from the battlefield, you can forget about being my younger brother in your next life. Who doesn't have selfish motives? Even Su Xiao said that according to reason, no one in the world has any relatives, and no one's son should die. But he can't do it either. It is the same for me. Su Fengnian said calmly, when the war starts, many people will die. Perhaps it will be second brother Yuan, Yan Wenwan, or even Lu Qiu, But I still hope that we can die further north. Chapter 1201. Su Fengnian suddenly laughed. Who knows, maybe we can even take down Beimang in one go, right? Your brother, such a dissolute disciple, can become number one in the world. Even if he was only number one for a short period of time, he was still number one in the world. In the future, what difficulties will there be in the world? Su Longxiang turned his head and smiled foolishly. After the carriage had traveled a few li, Su Longxiang suddenly turned his head again. Then the youth blinked his eyes. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You want to ask me if I miss women? Of course I do. How could I not? I've always missed them. At first, I was worried about the forbidden meat given by the Wudang sect leader, so I could only endure it. When I couldn't endure it anymore, I had to endure it again. It was really miserable. In the end, I only found out later that I could eat meat. The only thing I have complaints about the sect leader is this. Old Jinren, you should have said so earlier. But after returning from Beimang, one thing followed another. I can't care about it anymore. My thoughts aren't as heavy as before. I'll just leave it to fate. Huang Manor, let me ask you something. Between the two sisters-in-law, which one do you favor more? Su Longxiang smacked his lips and laughed mischievously. Su Fengnian immediately understood. It was the Lu family woman who knew how to make chongyang cakes, and not the world-renowned female writer. Su Longxiang suddenly jumped off the carriage. He bent slightly and turned his head to look at Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was stunned. He jumped onto Huang Manor's back. Su Longxiang shouted, "Fly," just like when he was a child. He carried his brother and ran wildly. This made Li Mo fans 1,000 Dragon Elephant Cavalry dumbstruck. But almost all of them had the same idea: we'll go to the border to kill the enemy, just like Commander Su, leaving our backs to his older brother, the king of Beiliang, and just like the old soldiers of the Su family, the Beiliang cavalry can rest assured and leave their backs to great General Su Shao. This is the reason why the Beiliang cavalry is so powerful. This was something that was imprinted in his bones, and there was no reason to talk about it. Moreover, who said that the young king of Beiliang was not as good as the villain Chen Jibao? The bearded lieutenant turned his head to look at the young rider who had been grinning from ear to ear all the way. He urged his horse to come to Li Mofen's side and said softly, "General, I don't know what loyalty and righteousness are. Those are all words that scholars like to say, but I think..." Li Mofen interrupted his subordinate's words. He raised his horsewhip and pointed at the two brothers in front of him. He said in a low voice, "What, you want to show your loyalty? Well, the commander and the king are in front. Go tell them yourself. In any case, I don't like scholars like you, and I don't like people who use their mouths to fart. A few years ago, you were one of the people who said that they wanted to go home and buy a big house so that they could enjoy their wives." The lieutenant's skin was dark, and his face was not red. He pulled up the corners of his mouth and muttered, "At that time, I didn't have any confidence. Who would dare to put their lives in the hands of an unreliable leader? I, Qian Wu, am just a normal person." The lieutenant's voice became softer and softer. In the end, it was almost inaudible. Li Mofen did not look at this subordinate who had gone through fire and water with him for many years. He said calmly, "I don't care what happened in the past. Even if you deserted and went back to enjoy life, that is what you deserve. I, Old Li, will not look down on you. But in the future, don't even think about sitting at the same table as me, drinking and eating meat. I, Li Mofen, cannot afford to lose face." The lieutenant raised his head and laughed shamelessly, "General, your words are really hurtful. Qian Wu's little heart is thumping. It really hurts his heart and lungs. Without a few bowls of good wine, it really can't be cured." Li Mo Fan finally had a smile on his face as he muttered, "Mother **Ker, having a soldier like you is already very embarrassing." Qian Wu said with a heartless and mischievous smile, isn't it because of you, General? You have no one to blame but yourself. Li Mofan shouted. Fan Shilong returned to the camp and hanged Qian Wu on the back of the horse. Qian Wu's eyes widened. He raised his voice and asked, "What?" Not far away, a lieutenant laughed and said, "Roger that." Qian Wu didn't dare to make irresponsible remarks to Deputy General Li Mofan. He turned his head and shouted at the bastard who was gloating, "Son of a bitch Fan, your daughter can forget about marrying into my house. I'll be your mother's-in-law." Fan Shilong didn't care. He rubbed his ears and said lazily, "Our daughter is so pretty, why worry about marriage? If your son didn't read a few books and made our daughter obsessed with him, she wouldn't marry anyone but him. Otherwise, even if you money grubber knelt in front of the door for 3 days and 3 nights, I wouldn't even give you half a word." The Longxiang army nearby roared with laughter. Qian Wu cursed in anger and said angrily, "Those who laughed will be hung on the back of the horse with me. Let's see whose bird is bigger. If it's bigger than mine, I'll hang it one more time." Some brave cavalry immediately laughed and said, "Lieutenant Qian, then we'll have to circle the camp many times." Qian Wu turned his head and said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, "You bastards are good. When the time comes, pick the biggest bird. I'll chop it up and make it into a dish." There was a lot of howling. Li Mofan listened to the flirting between his subordinates and theirs. He wanted to keep a straight face, but he couldn't help but smile brightly. He didn't dare to say that all of the Bailiang frontier army could kill the northern barbarians until they cried for their parents, but the disciples of the Longxiang army under his command could casually take out 1,000 of his direct subordinates. Even if they faced 3,000 Baimang cavalry, it would still be child's play. That damn Liang imperial court, that bunch of officials from the 6 departments of Great Peace City to the prefectures and counties, how many years have they been saying that the Bailiang army is just an empty name? Li Mofan stopped smiling. His face was dark, and his eyes were burning. He said darkly, "This time, the one who killed the most captains of the enemy, no one can take it from me." At the same time, the Wu family cavalry had entered River Province and was close to the Bailiang border. Chapter 1202. A shocking piece of news had swallowed up another piece of news that was already shocking. The latter was written by Deputy Administrator Song Dongming, who was called illegitimate outside of Bailiang. He submitted a memorial to Great Peace City, which shook the court of Liang. Su Fengnian, the king of Bailiang, actually requested to send troops to pacify Guangling Dao when Baimang's army was clearly pressuring the border. There were many people who speculated that Bailiang was finally going to rebel. Perhaps they had already received the personal promise of the Empress of Baimang. Pacifying Guangling Dao was just an excuse to invite the wolf into the house. The new king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, had such evil intentions. But soon, another piece of news that had nothing to do with the political situation but was even more interesting for the officials and the common people to chew on began to spread. It quickly spread all over the country, especially in the capital. The level of enthusiasm was no less than when Wang Xianji left Martial Emperor City and when Qi Yanglong entered Great Peace City. The sword tomb of the Wu family, which had always been focused on swordsmanship, not only did someone openly leave the sacred place of death in the hearts of countless outstanding swordsmen for hundreds of years, but also sent out nearly 100 people in one go. The sword tomb of the Wu family was a place of death because if the swordsmen of the world wanted to truly make a name for themselves, they had to go through the Wu family and compete with the Wu family or their sword slaves. Only those who could walk out of the sword tomb with a famous sword from the sword tomb could be considered accomplished in swordsmanship. Even the previous leader of the Dongyue sword pool, Song Nianqing, lost to Wang Xianji in his youth and caused the reputation of the Dongyue sword pool to plummet. The real opportunity for the Dongyue sword pool to return to the pinnacle of the martial arts world was when Song Nianqing went to the sword tomb in his prime and returned safely. Even if he did not pull out a famous sword from the sword tomb, he still helped the Dongyue sword pool rise again. Although there were people close to the sword pool who often said that Song Nianqing's return meant that his swordsmanship was better than the Wu family's, most people only treated it as a joke. Song Nianqing had never said such words in the latter half of his life. The Wu family had been famous for 800 years and could be traced back to the Great Qin dynasty. After that, there were several great dynasties that sought to dominate the Central Plains. For example, the number one swordsman from 600 years ago was the Wu family's sword crown, Wu Chang, who had dominated the martial arts world at the age of 31. The number one swordsman at the founding of the Great Feng dynasty was still the leader of the Wu family, Wu He. It was rumored that on his deathbed, he laughed and said, "I've waited for 60 years, but there is still no sword in the world." It was enough to show his pride and confidence. Therefore, no one in the martial arts world could deny the fact that no matter how many swordsmen there were in the world, there were only two sword forests. One was the Wu family, and the other was for all swordsmen outside of the Wu family. There were sword geniuses who were famous in every generation of the martial arts world. Every 100 years, there would be countless new talents of the martial arts world and experts who believed that their swordsmanship was unparalleled in the martial arts world who would go to the Wu family to prove themselves. They wanted to prove that the Wu family's swordsmanship was inferior to the world's swordsmanship. However, except for a very small number of swordsmen who succeeded in their swordsmanship and retired, the vast majority would remain in the sword mound as slaves of the Wu family for the rest of their lives, practicing the legendary sitting sword technique and withered sword technique. After the Wu family set down this extremely unreasonable and harsh rule, only a few people left the sword mound, and all of them were top-notch swordsmen who had made a name for themselves when they returned to the martial arts world. As a result, the Wu family's sword mound was said to be a land of death for swordsmen. However, it was normal for the Wu family to become the holy land in the eyes of all the swordsmen in the world. The Wu family had passed down their legacies and collected their treasures. Their famous swords had already been piled up into mountains, and they had countless rare and unique sword manuals that had long been lost. If they could retrieve any sword or manual, not only would they be able to benefit from it for the rest of their lives, entering and exiting the sword mound was also a shortcut for a swordsman to climb to the top of the sword forest overnight. 200 years ago, the Wu family had defeated 10,000 cavalry with 9 swords, greatly damaging the vitality of the sword mound. Most importantly, it had forcefully severed many of their lineages, causing the Wu family to still be unable to fully recover. However, in the recent 100 years, 2 generations of swordsmen, Li Chungang, had gone to the Wu family's sword mound and obtained the wooden bowl. Dong Tai had even come from the Wu family and was half a member of the Wu family. In the end, the truth could not be contained. Even though the imperial court and the local officials along the way wanted to suppress the news, the sensational truth of the Wu family's 100 cavalry and 100 swords leaving the sword mound still slowly began to surface. The news grew more and more intense. More and more well-informed people of the martial arts world began to count people, counting just which senior swordsmen had been unlucky enough to become slaves of the Wu family in the past 100 years and which swordsmen still had hope of being able to make it out of the sword mound this time. Along the way, the swords used by those swordsmen and the unique skills they had all became the most interesting topics of the imperial court. 6 years ago, Zhang Wantai had risen to fame in Liaodong and was known as the best left-handed swordsman in the world. He was an expert who had withstood 100 moves from the old Minister of War and the new pillar of the country, Gu Jiantang. After going to the sword mound of the Wu family, there had been no news of him. This time, he might be able to see the light of day again. 10 years ago, Lu Jianji, who had competed with Qi Jiajie for the title of the best swordsman in the capital, was definitely among them. 18 years ago, the famous young master of the apricot sword furnace in Gangnam-do, Yu Shuowu, was also an important person who had gone to the sword mound to ask for swords but had disappeared without a trace. 27 years ago, Xia Qingan, who had been nicknamed Han Banjian, after losing to the sword emperor of Shishu by only half a sword by a hair's breadth, was also very likely to go to Liangzhou with a sword on his back. More than 30 years ago, there was Cui Mei, who had the two reputations of Bodhisattva sword and sword monk. Before he shaved his head and became a monk, he was once a prodigy of the Chui family in Qinghe. More than 40 years ago, Gongsun Shui, who came from a humble family in the southern Tang Empire, was not only the best swordsman in the southern Tang Empire, but also the best swordsman in the southern Tang Empire. Although he did not have a famous nickname, Gongsun Shui's domineering swordsmanship was praised by many Jianghu veterans. This person's reason for going to the sword mound of the Wu family was also very interesting. I, Gongsun Shui, was born at the wrong time. Since I could not see Li Chuangang's true face, I went to the place where Li Chungang had walked before. As a result, something happened and I could not leave the sword mound of the Wu family. At that time, the emperor of the southern Tang Empire had personally written a letter to the Wu family in a very respectful manner. Unexpectedly, the Wu family still did not pay any attention to this human emperor. Counting further back, there were naturally many famous swordsman talents. However, in today's Jianghu, there was no way for them to appear in the world alive. After all, those who were arrogant enough to go to the Wu family to ask for a sword were already quite old. Otherwise, they would not have dared to go to the Wu family. Even if they were 30 years old, they should be 70 or 70 years old now. Between Zhang Wantai and Gongsun Shui, who were the most talked about, there were also 6 or 7 female swordsmen who were mentioned a lot. Perhaps their swordsmanship was not as good as these two, Lu Jian, Xia Qinghen, and the others. However, before these female swordsmen entered the Wu family, which was as deep as the ocean, they were all favored in Jianghu. They were all once the young Jianghu men of every generation admired them for a long time. Who knew how many Jianghu men were willing to kneel under their skirts? Of the 6 or 7 women, the last one, the literary sword, Nailan Huayu, who had unfortunately entered the Wu family's sword catacomb, was the most imaginative. After all, it was not too long ago, and she was a woman who had made it onto the rankings and won the Rouge rankings twice in a row. Even now, many of the Jianghu masters who had made a name for themselves would smile when they talked about this outstanding swordswoman. Then, they would smile to their juniors and say something about the same thing. Somewhere in Goddess Nailan's territory, there is a perfect combination of movement and stillness. The scenery is beautiful. If these martial arts masters had their wives by their side, most of them would glare resentfully. From the Wu family sword catacomb in the heart of the Central Plains to Beiliang, countless people raised their heads in anticipation, waiting bitterly, just to catch a glimpse of the 100 withered swordsmen of the sword catacomb gathered together. Even though the local government had received orders from the imperial court to prohibit officials of all ranks from participating, there were still many officials who took off their official robes and traveled on light carriages, choosing a good spot to quietly wait for the sight of the 100 riders crossing the border. However, many of the rumors were false, and the group of withered swordsmen naturally did not stop. The Wu family had dared to treat the emperors of previous dynasties coldly. Even in the peaceful Liang dynasty, when the emperor of the Zhao family invited the current head of the Wu family to leave the mountains and enter the capital, he was still treated with respect. This caused many people on the line to miss out on an opportunity, and they all beat their feet and stomped their chests, feeling regretful. If a normal person wanted to ride a carriage and ride a horse to catch up to this strangest group of riders in the world, it would be a fool's dream. Which of the 100 riders wasn't a top-notch expert in Jianghu? Even if a Jianghu expert could barely keep up, he would only dare to watch from afar, not dare to get close to disturb them. This was also the most breathtaking event in Jianghu. As long as one was in Jianghu, no matter if they were a true expert in their own province or someone who could beat someone with a brick and say they were a true Jianghu hero, everyone rushed like a flock of ducks. This was especially true for the young men and women who were new to the world. Those who had money would naturally spend a fortune to buy a famous steed with outstanding speed, or spend a large amount of money in exchange for accurate information, just to catch a glimpse of the withered swordsman. Those who were shy of money could only settle for the second best, and try their best to follow behind the backs of the Jianghu celebrities. However, there were indeed many lucky people who were fortunate enough to see this scene, and it would be unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Yunsha town, on the border of Baelyang's Yuzhou, was very lively. Many markets had opened at the last minute, and there was no place to sit in the restaurants and tea houses. The inns were even more packed. Many guests had racked their brains to come from Liangzhou and Lingzhou to join in on the fun, because there was exciting news from the neighboring Hezhou that the Wu family swordsmen were about to enter the border. As for which province or county, and who would be lucky enough to encounter them, everyone would have to depend on their own luck. Chapter 1203. In an unknown inn in Yunsha town, there was a young man and woman who looked like a master and servant. The man's appearance could be considered decent, but he didn't look like a child of a rich family. Otherwise, the servant girl wouldn't be blind with her eyes closed. She also didn't have any good looks, but she carried a sword on her back. It was probably a piece of junk that was casually made by a shoddy blacksmith and wasn't worth much money. The inn, from the shopkeeper to the waiters, didn't even look at them. They were all busy staring at those rich young masters and young ladies. These people with a bit of power and influence were the only ones who could afford to spend money. If it weren't for the group of old men from the Wu family's sword tomb, who would be willing to stay in this and that didn't have anything to show. If it weren't for the young man's persuasion, the shopkeeper would have already kicked the master and servant out of the inn after paying the deposit. There were only a dozen or so rooms in the inn. Including the side rooms that were hurriedly cleaned up, there were less than 20 rooms. It was a matter of who would stay in the inn. The shopkeeper was kind and in the end, he endured the heartache and didn't kick the two poor fellows out of the inn. However, he wasn't willing to look at them. Every time he looked at them, it was like watching a few taels of silver slip away from his hands. It was too infuriating. Today, the young master and servant pair had already occupied the table by the window on the first floor of the inn. To put it bluntly, they were trash that occupied the toilet but didn't want to take a dump. They also didn't order any wine and only ordered hot tea that cost the least. The waiter's face was cold as he slammed the plate of food that came with the tea onto the table. His voice was not soft as he muttered to himself, "Tea, tea, it's tea every day. Our inn's guests who drink tea every day and don't drink wine are really unique." The young man in green robes pretended to be stupid and laughed. The servant girl with the broken sword on her back was probably blind and deaf. In any case, she was indifferent to anything that was said. After the waiter walked far away and went to a table of rich guests to serve them as if they were his ancestors, the young outsider curled his lips. After seeing so many people, I feel that when bushing is the most suitable. Sigh, I really don't understand this world. The woman sitting quietly across from him didn't say a word. If a woman with outstanding beauty was so demure, she could be seen as a lotus flower by men. Unfortunately, her appearance was ordinary, and in the eyes of others, she could only be seen as rigid and boring. The young man who shared the same table with her did not seem to find the woman in front of him boring. He said to himself, "Cui Hua, after we left home, we walked from the north to the south, and then from the southeast to the northwest. We have walked for more than 10,000 miles, but I have been eating that jar of pickled vegetables that you pickled every day. I really want to change my taste a little bit. Really, I just have that little thought." The woman with the vulgar name suggested in all seriousness, "How about we make some pickled cabbage and pepper?" The young man said bitterly, "Isn't that still pickled cabbage? But I can't eat spicy food." The woman thought carefully for a moment and asked, "Stewed meat with pickled vegetables?" The young man swallowed his saliva and said awkwardly, "It's good, but we can't afford meat." The woman gave a faint "oh" and didn't say anything else. This wasn't a problem that she wanted to think about, so she didn't think about it. She had always been like this. The young man didn't continue to dwell on this problem. It was a habit that had become second nature. In fact, he didn't get tired of eating pickled vegetables. It was just that she didn't like to talk. He just wanted to find an excuse for her to talk to him. Wu Luding felt that he would never get tired of eating pickled vegetables in his life. From the first day he saw her and ate her pickled vegetables, he never doubted this. After all, the pickled vegetables she pickled at that time weren't bad, but they were really hard to swallow. But after that, day after day, year after year, for more than 10 years, her culinary skills became better and better, and she became more and more skilled. In the eyes of Wu Luding, the current sword crown of the Wu family's sword tomb, there was nothing in the world that made him happier than this. Practicing the sword and being determined to become the best swordsman in the world was something that his family and parents wanted him to do. Since it was a responsibility that he had to bear, he didn't avoid it and worked very hard. But he liked to eat pickled vegetables, and that was his choice. These two things were not important or important. Sipping tea, Wu Luding asked, "Cui Hua, can we really meet our family's uncles and aunts here?" Cui Hua gently nodded. Wu Luding counted on his fingers and said to himself, "Brother Zhang always likes to brag. This time, when we see him, we must stay far away from him. Otherwise, when he starts to nag, his spittle will fly everywhere. Uncle Yu always wants to steal the second half of the Dark North sword art from me. We don't pay attention to him, so as to avoid him completely going crazy. Aunt Naylan always liked to put her chest on my head when I was young. She also lied to me that it was because she was tired from walking. She was really heavy. Before we left home, she told me to look for a wife based on her appearance. Although I didn't have this idea, the two of us have walked for so long, and we really haven't met many who are better looking than Aunt Naylan. Of course, there are a few who have the same weight as her chest, but their figures are worlds apart from her." Cui Hua glanced at Wu Luding. "There's sword energy. It's over, I probably won't be able to eat pickled vegetables for half a month." Wu Luding coughed and quickly changed the topic. "There's also that Uncle Xia and Baldy Cui. They're not decent people either. One wants to recognize you as his daughter, and the other clearly doesn't like to eat pickled vegetables. Every time, they find a way to steal a few jars from you. Cui Hua, let's stay away from them." Wu Luding counted them one by one. "When it comes to our neighbors, Zhou Lianqi and Xie Chengan, I get angry. One has a strong evil spirit and wants to kill everyone in the world with a sword. The other seems to think that everyone in the world owes him millions of silver. I wonder why these two guys don't just kill each other. However, Aunt Chu and Grandpa Gongsun are both really good people. Just like you, they don't like to talk much. That Hellion sword maniac, who I gave the nickname of a Grandpa's sword marriage, is neither a good person nor a bad person. I once asked the old ancestor about his origin, but the old ancestor didn't say. However, he should be a master who is hard to find in our family. The old ancestor's swordsmanship is only slightly better than him. As for talking about swordsmanship, the old ancestor is inferior to him. Anyway, my grandmother once said that the old man's understanding of swordsmanship, although I don't really understand it, should be able to surpass the current generation by 100 years. As for that demon with the surname Zhu, if it wasn't for his powerful swordsmanship, I wouldn't be willing to talk about him. I really don't know how such a treacherous person who is only in his early 40s could cultivate such a profound swordsmanship. It can make the old ancestor hate him but have to praise his swordsmanship." Wu Luding chattered and talked to himself. He quickly finished a pot of tea and shouted for the waiter to add hot water to the teapot. The waiter heard him but pretended not to hear. He leaned against the pillar and slacked off. His eyes were almost hanging on the chest of a young woman. Wu Luding could only give up after shouting twice. He looked at Cui Hua and couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, releasing so many people this time, even granting amnesty to a demon like Demon Zhu and allowing them to fight for their lives at the border of Bailiang in exchange for a chance to completely leave the Wu family. Is the old ancestor's way of doing things right or wrong?" Cui Hua was expressionless and didn't move. Wu Luding sighed and asked another question, "Cui Hua, Do you think these 100 or so swordsmen together can compare to the strength of the 9 old ancestors of the Wu family 200 years ago? Zuhua finally opened her mouth to speak. 1 sword plus 1 sword doesn't equal the power of 2 swords. It's already amazing to have 1.5 swords. The 9 swords of the Wu family ancestors who rushed to Beimang at the great cost of having half of the people fall into certain death before the battle even started. Only then did they construct the sword formation recorded in an unknown ancient record. Its power was unparalleled. Even if the current world is led by the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, Wang Xianji's eldest disciple Grumyu, Tai, and cities Qi Jiaj, Tangxi's sword Saint Lu Baijie, and Longhu Mountains Qi Xianxia, it's a total of 9 people. Even if their realms are much higher than the 9 ancestors of the Wu family, in terms of killing power against tens of thousands of cavalry, they may not be much higher.